Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS. Na transmisję zaprasza EKO-DIR Recykling, sponsor tytularny rozgrywek. Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest właściciel marki Let's Make Speedway. Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS.
Że jest doprowadzone do jak najlepszego stanu po tych ulewach, które tu mieliśmy. Wszystko powinno być jednak w porządku.
A very good afternoon and welcome to the first round of the EKO-DIR FIM World Under-21 Championship live from Poznań in Poland. And wherever you are in the world, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. It's Dave Rowe and the 1993 world champion Sam Ermolenko talking you through all the action from the first round of 3 as we look to crown the World Junior Champion 2017. Lots to talk about, the first of which is the weather. We had a torrential, and I mean torrential, thunderstorm here about 2 hours ago. They've been working furiously to get the track fit to race. We're slightly behind schedule, but hopefully not too far behind schedule, because this track has been transformed in the last hour or so, 90 minutes or so ago. And Sam alongside me, well, you licking your lips, you're saying you want to ride this.
Yeah, they've done a tremendous job on getting the track right. The weather is actually cleared up now, and it's high broken clouds, and there's a little bit of sunshine on it, but you can see how nice the condition looks visually, and it's just as good as when I walked the racetrack. The riders were a little bit apprehensive to get excited about you know, the droomy weather we had earlier when we were walking around the racetrack. It was still drizzling, but it's cleared up now, and I think the positive side of this is we got a really good racetrack.
There is has been a thunder risk around here all day, all afternoon, but it does appear that hopefully we have a window in that weather now, and the clouds are breaking quite nicely, and there's been no significant rainfall for a good 90 minutes or so. And what they're doing now appears to be some kind of tyre packing and just the final preparations now. We have yet to have the rider parade, so we are a bit behind schedule, but there's currently 3 vehicles going around the circuit. As I say, compared to how it looked a while or so back, it has changed, and it's just the surface of this track, Sam. It makes it you can do that in the space of an hour or so. You can transform things from what looked very wet. They were sweeping water off the track. Well, now it looks like a real circuit.
Well, this track's got a natural bank to it, or I should say they designed it. This venue was built in 1945. So it's got a long history. Never made it to the top league in Polish racing, but second division has been consistent. It's been on and off being used, but the track's got a bit of a bank to it, and all the water did lie right on the inside of the racetrack, and they were able to sweep that into the guttering system. They have a fairly good drainage. When we walked around it, I can see that the drains are working. The water was going down it. It was just a matter of getting as much of the water off, and the surface itself is like a granite stone, and it's very hard underneath it. So not only was it wet, but it wasn't slippery, if you know what I mean. You could put your foot on it, and you still felt there was a little abrasiveness there. And I think I could have went out there and done some laps when we were walking. It was so inviting, yeah. But what they've done is they've actually graded the water off, leveled it off a little bit, and then went around with this like chain link fence type thing, and it just roughed up the surface that little bit. And then they went out there with this contraction that actually turned the dirt over, and it fluffed it up, and it's aired it out now, and it's on a hard surface, but now they've got this, call it a cushion of dirt, probably I'd say a good 2 centimeters on top of it. And now they're just wheel packing that down. We don't got the pictures there, but this is a crowd anticipating a little bit of...
There's a few umbrellas up over on the far side, which is completely open back straight, and there are literally a few raindrops. At the moment, there's nothing to be concerned about. The clouds, a lot of the clouds overhead, it's white clouds and blue sky. There's nothing that appears overly threatening at the moment, so hopefully once these preparations are complete, we'll be able to get on with the action fairly soon. The riders are currently all just standing, taking a look at things out on the track entrance, which is off bends 3 and 4, but they're all changed, and hopefully it won't be too long before we get going.
And the note this fact too, that there was no practice because it was torrential rain yesterday, and normally they would have had the practice on the Saturday, which is a Sunday, and it's just, you know, the riders aren't really kind of used to this, but being a professional as they all are, they have to be prepared for anything, and this is a world championship. This is the first round. So you can imagine the positiveness they have to keep their mindset. But I think that so far, the way the weather is, I think everybody will be extremely happy.
It's the first of 3 rounds. Today is followed by Güstrow in Germany, which is a circuit we actually visited last week in the European Championship, a great racetrack. And then Pardubice in the Czech Republic also in September, so 3 rounds.
Yeah, and Pardubice is if anybody's a Speedway fan, they'll know it's quite a very wide racetrack, and super fast equipment's needed. Güstrow, we know, we were just there, and it's a tricky racetrack, but this one looks like a proper Speedway track, just under 400 meters, so it gives the riders a bit of a chance to go down the straightaway and prepare themselves for the corner.
Long straights here, as it would be with a track of nearly 400 meters, but it does very much look like long straights and somewhat tighter bends than you do sometimes see in Poland.
You know, it's a little bit different. Like going into turn 1, it's a little bit tight here. Compared to going into 3 and 4. 3 and 4 kind of peels in a little bit coming into 3, and then it kind of tightens up kind of at the apex, the peak of the corner, and then they got to turn sharp, but then you could easily run into the curb. So you got to almost let the bike run. I think it's going to be some pretty good lines. I came here, boy, was it? I think it was Adam Skrinicki had his testimonial here. I don't know how long ago it was, but he's a current track record holder at the moment. 2003, I think it was 66.26. So that's a pretty high number. Yeah, it's a pretty high number. So compare that to a lot of the English tracks, or some of the other tracks are just over a minute. So pretty big.
So let's talk about the competition then, and the history of the competition is obviously that a lot of riders who win this series go on to big things. You only have to look at the current Polish World Cup team who won in Leszno a couple of weeks ago. Bartosz Marzlik, Piotr Pawlicki, Patrick Dudek and Maciej Nowski all won this series in the previous 5 or 6 years. So it is a stepping ground, and Max Frick actually defends the title this year.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're looking at the names, and all right, some of these guys got former fathers and grandfathers that were top racers in the Speedway world, but it's kind of a little bit more opened up, I think. There's a handful of guys that could easily come into this competition, and if they're on form today, especially dealing with the pressures of the conditions we just mentioned, that just brings the character out of the rider, and if they can accomplish this, the next couple of tracks could be a little bit difficult for them, but you know what better way to start? And like I say, I think, as you possibly I think we're leading to, this competition is pretty open.
Any advantage to the Polish riders here today?
Oh, I would say so. Whether or not they like the wet conditions, it's totally changed now, hasn't it? I mean, we're looking at the track. The pictures that we're seeing is the trucks are going around it right now, well packing that little bit of fluffy dirt that they've were able to turn over. There's no sign at all of this being a bad racetrack. I think the Poles will thrive on this. They're going to be used to riding on these big tracks because that's pretty much the way all the big Polish tracks are compared to a lot of, for instance, the English tracks are much smaller, aren't they?
Many of last year's top finishers are still in the series. Max Frick, as I mentioned, won it last year. Actually required a nominated pick to get through. He just missed out on qualification from Terenzano in the qualifier there, where he finished 6th on 11 points. That was how close that meeting was. Max Frick then won it last year. He's back. Christian Pieszek finished 2nd last year. He's now over the age. But then the riders who finished 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th last year are all back. Robert Lambert of Great Britain, Jack Holder from Australia, Patrick Hansen, a very talented young Dane, and also Dimitri Berger of France, along with Kruchmar and Smektala, who finished further down the order. So some of these guys have got the experience of doing these 3 meetings, albeit at different venues last year.
Well, you touched on the fact that the current world champion, under 21 world champion, Max Frick, went out at Torresano. I mean, that's one of those tricky racetracks. That's one of those ones, the long straightaways, and sometimes the grip's not there that a lot of the riders depend on. So that's where you have to be very flexible, and what better way to make a world champion? And when you have the opportunity to get seated back into the championship, you got to take it with both arms and grab it and want to make it happen. This is a perfect racetrack for any racer. And I think that the next 2 venues that we're going to see with Güstrow and Pardubice, that's just a flavor of different style racetracks where if you're an all-arounder, you'll make that work.
There were 3 qualifying rounds to get to this stage, and there were 4 qualifiers from each of them going through. So part of it, that meeting was won by Maxim Drabik with a 15-point maximum. Brady Kurtz went through as well, along with Dominik Kubera and Lukas Fienhage, the German. They were the 4 from Pardubice, where Patrick Hansen missed out, largely due to an engine failure in his 3rd ride, but Hansen received a permanent wildcard. Then at Eskilstuna, Robert Lambert came through with victory there on 14 points. Yevgenis Kostagos, Dimitri Berger and Bartosz Smektala, they went through. Alexander Ventin, the young Swede, and he's the youngest in the series at 17, he got a wild card. And then from Terenzano, Jack Holder, Edward Kruchmar, Kasper Verina and Andreas Lajaga, they went through that one. And as I say, the other wild card was handed to Max Frick, who came 6th. The wild card in today's meeting is a Polish youngster as well, and that's Rafał Kausmas. That's the lineup for the series.
Yeah, you mentioned some young riders that all potentially the world is their oyster, really, and it's exciting for them to be able to compete on these style of tracks. And you can see that from the results of some of those, like Eskilstuna is a kind of a man's racetrack, I would say. And if you can get around there like Robert Lambert did, I mean it probably gave him all the ingredients he needed to be able to go out there and show his skill and qualify for this World Championship, as we're seeing the first round here today. Other tracks like Torresano, I mentioned, is a very tricky track, like Pardubice will be, and so will Güstrow.
From that Eskilstuna round, Ventin and also Gleb Chuganov, but they both scored 10 points and went out in a runoff with Smektala, and Chuganov then starred in the World Cup race-off a couple of weeks ago. But Ventin got the nod, the Swede, for the permanent wild card. So it will be interesting to see how some of these, as I say, they're all 21 and under, but Ventin is 17. Fienhage, who was a track reserve at the Speedway Euro Championship last week, he's only 17. Several of the teenagers, and we're seeing the way the Polish World Cup squad evolved with youngsters, you can really make it big, and that's what we've seen. And Frick will be keen to defend. And a lot of talk also about Brady Kurtz, because he hasn't ridden for a couple of weeks. He sustained rib injuries in a crash in Poland. His UK team pool actually redeclared with a replacement for him, Richie Worrell, for the time being. But he's been having specialist treatment to try and get himself fit. Obviously, he wants to ride. He will ride today, but there must be some nerves in him with those rib injuries. He hasn't ridden since that crash.
You would think that he would know, what his capabilities are, and I wouldn't say that this will be a quite an easy track for him to get around. I think just looking how it's prepared and now coming together, you'll probably have to dig deep a couple times, and if he's got a rib injury, that can affect him. So we'll have to see. We just have to monitor as it goes.
I think we're about to get the official parade, just looking across over at the far side. Our commentary position is on the left of your screen as you see it there, just alongside the start-finish line. And if we look to our left, we can see the pit entrance, and the riders are about to make their way. And it's actually, the sun is now beating down on this circuit. It's quite incredible. This is actually the best conditions we've had all day, or certainly all afternoon. And there's a lot of blue sky. And we're actually, if they were to start racing now, we'd actually have to shade ourselves from the sun to see over on the back straight. That's how it's changed.
It's a shame. I mean, I reckon the fans here, I was talking to the locals and some of the track creators and stuff, that what they were working with, and they said this is they're used to this situation. And you commented too, Dave, on the fact that how they've turned this track around and some of the equipment that they've actually used to make the track look so nice. It's just a shame that the floods of people aren't in the grandstands as we were expecting. As soon as they opened the gate, we did see a big jolt of people coming through, but it's kind of thinned down now, and the riders are being presented now to what crowd is here.
The trouble is, when you have the rain that we had, and we literally we landed in Poland, and just as we did, the rain absolutely bucketed down, and it was really, really torrential, and that's the kind of thing, unfortunately, which prevents people from coming up. But those that have, let's hope they're going to see a good meeting on a good racetrack, because the boys are all here, and they are on parade, making their way around on these machines now, and a lovely, a nice mix of nationalities in this meeting. Several countries are represented. Poland, there are 5 Poles here in the starting 16, including the wild card. We've got representation from Sweden, Latvia, Germany, Great Britain, France, the Czech Republic, 2 Danes and 3 Australians. So it's a real good mix there.
Very good. That's a great combination of different styles of riders, and as I say, we noted already on the 3 different kinds of racetracks. We got sunshine. There's a song, I think, isn't there? Does it ever rain with the sunshine?
Well, it is, because it is still just spitting and spotting with rain, even though we've got warm sunshine and rain.
It's fairly warm out. Whatever rain or drizzle, I should say, will come down, as long as there's no big thunderstorms. And that's what you noted on when we got off that plane. Lucky I brought a rain jacket, didn't I? But it was like horrendous rains, and we had to wait under the carport before our driver picked us up. And it was just shooting down with rain. We thought, there's no way. Well, you think we've been there before, haven't we? When we were here in Rybnik.
We know the track's going to be turned around. We were in Torun a month ago when it rained until mid-afternoon, and then we had good conditions. So, as I say, I believe we're right on the edge of a sow of rain, and hopefully we're staying on the right edge of it, because we've literally. If we look above our roof, and thankfully we've got a roof, it's completely blue sky, sunshine. There's a very small dark cloud, and that's been giving a few drops of rain, but that's not going to affect the track too much at all with the warmth that we have at the moment. So the riders about to be presented to the crowd, and as I say, we're only about this was supposed to happen about half an hour ago, so we're not too far behind schedule. The one thing about this stadium is there are no floodlights, so we have to get the meeting done during the daytime.
What was it? They said something like the latest we could start the meeting would be at 6 o'clock to have a safe cushion of, lighting or sunlight.
That's right. So we're about to get the riders on the podium. Just a bit of. We're just seeing the reserve. We are seeing the reserves coming onto the podium at the moment, which is Alex Skarzinski and Damian Drods. They're making their way up to be presented first of all, whilst the tyre packing work continues on the circuit, and those are the 2 reserves for tonight's meeting. And then we move on to the regular competitors. And the meeting, by the way, is run on the same format. The wildcard, Rafael Krausmaas, is the next to be presented. The meeting, as I say, is run on the same format as a Grand Prix. So 20 qualifying heats, then the top 8 go through to the semi-finals, and then the top 2 from those semis into the final. But crucially, all the points from all the races count towards the overall total. So it's massively important to make that top 8 on the night every time, because not only does that give you the chance of winning each meeting, but also it's more chances to have more races to score more points overall.
So what we're saying is, if you're in the top 8 in all 3 meetings, then that advantage could just be enough to put you up in the top end of the finals podium spots. But all the riders would have been briefed on that. When we were walking into the pits, we've seen some of the managers that were representing some of the riders trying to keep the riders positive, for one thing, because it was raining and the track was soaked and wet. But everybody was very optimistic that they got to keep their mindset right. But we're now sitting in blazing sunshine. The tractors are still going around the racetrack, and everybody knows every point counts. So to be in that top 8 is what I'm sure all these riders' goals are.
You just saw Alexander Aventin, 17 years of age, on the podium as the parade continues. Yevgenis Kostyos, who rode in the World Cup for Latvia, scored 4 at Vastavik and also scored 6 in the race off at Lezhno, so he's one to watch out for. Certainly got some talent there, Yevgenis Kostyos. And Eduard Kruchmar has been in this series before. Last year he picked up 19 points, finished in 11th place, also was a wild card at Pardubice in 2015 too, and he'll be well known to Swindon fans back in the UK for a short spell with them.
Yeah, it's these young riders, they're all buzzing right now, I can tell you.
Parade continuing here in Poznań, and you'll see that they're riding with their they've got Andreas Lager there, for example. Number 9 is his draw number, but they're also riding with their own personalised race numbers. So in his case, 114 for the former Scunthorpe rider from Denmark. And I meant to mention, whilst this parade's going on, Sam, about Denmark, what happened to them in the World Cup and what's happened to them for the last couple of years. This is a pretty important time for Danish Speedway. Who is coming through to take over, if you like, from the likes of your Nicky Pedersens, your Niels Christian Eversens? Well, we've got a couple in this series with Patrick Hansen and Andreas Lager, but there'll be a lot of people watching Danish Speedway and saying, can they make that step now, these youngsters?
So the tides have kind of turned a little bit, hasn't it?
Seems to be.
So, yeah, I mean, we Americans suffered, as we all know, from that. Greg's our last real big representative at the top of his age, So it's real important to kind of groom these young riders and give them the experience they need. And we mentioned it when the World Cup was being put together. The Poles could almost put together 2 teams and compete. And here we are watching some of the young guys, and they'll be very influenced by their country, I'm sure, to make sure that they go out there and hopefully supported very well. I mean, it's nice to see Robert Lambert supported. We've seen Neil Vatcher on the plane with us, so the BSBA and their involvement here, the UK has got something going on, so it's good.
You just saw Dominic Kubera of Poland, and there are, as I mentioned, several Poles in the lineup, including Smektala, who was, and there he is, Bartosz Smektala, who was the under-21 reserve for Poland. Didn't ride in the World Cup, but mind you, having seen him practice round Lezhno, he could certainly get round that circuit. And I wouldn't have said if he had to have ridden in that meeting, he may well have scored in it, because certainly could get round there. But let's see how he gets round this Poznań circuit. And here's Kasper Verina, who will be well known to fans of Coventry in the UK for a season with them last year, and actually found his way around the Brandon circuit pretty well, and doing very well this year for Rivnik.
Wow, nice to know that he's got some laps under his belt, and I would say that Great Britain, and most people will tell you no lies, riders anyways, the education you get for riding those tracks, they're quite tricky, and this track here has got a nice little bank to it, so we'll give the rider, if he flies into the corner, a little bit of security to keep himself up.
Looking forward to seeing Maxim Drabik in this series. I think he could have a real part to play. We saw him in the Speedway Best Pairs earlier in the season, was very impressive, and he's one to watch out for, and a family that you also know well. Yeah,
I rode with his father, Slavomir, a super guy. He went into engine tuning a little bit, and it's nice to see that he's here in the pits. I got to say hello to him, and I'm sure he's got a big future.
Dimitri Berger mentioned rode in this one last year. He's also got plenty of UK experience to his name. He'll be looking to be higher up the standings than 6 points. And as Jack Holder makes his way up, worth noting, of course, that his big brother Chris never actually won this series, finished second twice to Emil Saifedinov. There have been some really strong lineups over the years in this competition.
Yeah, we both discussed that, didn't we, earlier on, that, you know, there's been some heavy competition on the under-21s. You know, the big names of Darcy Ward winning it, Emil Saifedinov, and then the fact that you just, you know, labeled the way it goes. And I think this 2017 one's pretty well opened up, and Robert Lambert's going to be thinking he's got a heck of a good chance of actually doing well.
Big series for Robert Lambert, finished third last year after a really good opener on his home UK track of Kings Lynn. Then eventually won a run-off for third with Jack Holder to clinch that overall rostrum position. And there is the man they're all trying to beat, the defending champion, who said he required a pick to get in, but no argument about him being here, Max Frick.
Yeah, I got a slight opportunity earlier to see him as he was flying by in the pits, and he was stopped to say, hey, I think it was Courtney, he didn't want his mind to get any contamination with anybody else because the weather looked that bad. And the first thing he says, I'm up for it, I'm ready, let's go. So he's pretty positive, and now he's got blistering sunshine over him.
Well, we have some introductions taking place. I think we'll have the anthem very shortly. There is the confirmation of the draw order for tonight's meeting, and the clouds have broken completely now. It's almost unbroken blue sky above. Crowd just being welcomed to the World Under-21 final.
Dziękujemy bardzo. Wielkie brawa. Słyszeli Państwo Mistrzostwa Świata Juniorów. Pierwszy turniej w Poznaniu, pierwszy finał otwarty. Ryszard Czarnecki, a teraz prosimy wszystkich Państwa o powstanie. Nastąpi
And here we will have the Polish national anthem.
hymnu Mazurka Dąbrowskiego. Prosimy wszystkich o powstanie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be outstanding for a national anthem of Poland. Dziękujemy bardzo. Thank you very much. Enjoy Speedway night here in Poznań.
So that concludes the presentation ceremony for the 18 riders, 16 competitors, 2 reserves for tonight's meeting. They'll make their way back to the pits, and we should be underway with heat number 1 pretty soon. As I say, we're about half an hour behind schedule, and that's pretty good going based on what we saw weather-wise earlier. But you'd find it very hard to believe the weather we had earlier now, because even since we've been on air, it's improved massively. And as I say, blue skies and warm sunshine. And now the riders are about to, what the riders are doing now is actually making their way to the start line. They haven't yet had a proper look at the start since it's been modified, shall we say. They all walked the track maybe an hour or so ago, but there have been several laps of track grading and track work since then. So the riders now taking a look at conditions down there. And Sam, does it look any different to what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, it's a heck of a lot different. It's solid now. There's no water on it whatsoever. But you know, the track is very hard underneath it, and they did fluff it up and got a bit about 2 centimeters, I'd say, of fluff around the racetrack, and that aired it out a bit. And then they've been repacking it ever since. But underneath it all, it seems really solid, and I don't think that they're going to have any problems. But there was a couple of spots, I would say, I think I noted them to you as we were walking. There was some soft bits in the corner, and maybe I couldn't go out there and start kicking the ground. It wasn't up to
You
me.
wanted to?
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to see what was underneath it, but you know, I didn't really want to be the one where they told me to get off the racetrack, because it was completely underwater. Not really underwater, but
There were puddles, and it was
and it was just important not to disturb it. Let the trackmen do their work job. And I would say that there was some soft spots in certain places, but I'm sure that's gone now. Now, because this track has got such long straightaways, the riders right now will be wanting to make sure that they can get out of that start, and their confidence that they're going to build on is it's sunny. The dirt looks really sound. Hopefully there's enough grip in the start so they can get their bikes set up from the word go. No practice, so they're throwing some guesses at it, I'm sure. The riders will be coming away from the start line, looking at it, walking the track back to the pits, bringing that information, what they think. But I would say most of them at the age and the experience they got will be looking for some kind of confidence building from the pits to say that the bike's all right, get out there, try the racetrack, no need to change nothing. But then again, before the sun came, I can tell you that a lot of things would have been going through their minds. Should we change the bike? Which bike should we use? No practice on it. Maybe they have a bike set up more for wet, slippery conditions or a slick track. I wouldn't say this track is very grippy, but I would say that it's going to produce some really good lines. Because of the nature of the length of the straightaways coming in the corners, naturally they're gonna have to turn tight in some places and let the bike run in others. It'll probably start off where most people ride the inside line for the first round, I would say. Then they'll start naturally finding the right line, which will pull them offline out to the fence a little bit. These are all the stuff that they're going to have to learn as the race meeting goes on. And he who is sharpest out of the starts can have an easier run.
The first round of this series last year took place at King's Lynn in the UK, and to not to put too fine a point on it, it was an absolute crash fest. It took about 4 hours to run. There were incidents and accidents all over the place. The track was fine, but people were overriding it, overdoing it, and that must be such a temptation to go just that bit too far with the prize at the end of it.
I don't think we're gonna have that same kind of scenario on this kind of a racetrack. It's opened up enough where the riders can actually, if they do make a mistake, they'll have a bit of a breathing space to be able to have a little bit more room on the racetrack. The corner's not going to come up so quick. Kings Lynn, as you know, even though it's smaller in size, you do get a bit of a straightaway Kings Lynn, and it is a little bit kind of, if you're not used to it, can be a bit tricky to get into the corner as tight as you want to, and that can cause carnage and guys running into each other. But this racetrack will definitely be a lot more user-friendly for these guys.
Certainly hope so. The hopes also that the track preparation will be finalised very shortly as the vehicles continue to make their way around. The referee, by the way, is Suzanne Huttinger. She's we've come across her on various occasions over the last year or so, and she is in charge of tonight's meeting. Pavel Ondrasik, a name from the past as well. He's the FIM jury president of this meeting. So they're the people in top control, and everyone just waiting for confirmation of when we're going to get racing for the first of the 3 rounds of the FIM EKO-DIR World Under-21 Championship. People have been asking how many points do you need to win the series. Of course, this has been a run as a series for quite a while now. There were a few years ago they ran it over 7 rounds, which I think many people felt was too many. Finished off right down in South America, in fact. But it seems to have settled on a 3-round series over recent years. When 2015 Bartosz Schmalzlik won it with 39 points, but that wouldn't have been enough to win last year. Max Frick scored 46. He scored very heavily indeed in Pardubice in particular. So 46 was the winning total last year, but to say 39 in 2015. So all about making finals, giving yourself the opportunity to have 7 rides in the meeting, and that means a maximum of 21 points. And you've got to keep yourself going throughout the whole evening.
So you really would like to make sure that you have double figures, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Frick only got 12 at King's Lynn last year, had a crash, I recall. So he got 12 and still finished with 46 overall. So I think, yeah, double figures is fair comment.
Yeah, so double figures every meeting, that puts you in the 30 mark. And if it goes your way, then, the riders are going to be shuffled around a bit, especially with the description of the different racetracks that we're going to be going to. I don't think, if there's an all-arounder that can actually dominate all 3 of them, fair play to him, he's going to be the world champion.
But you wouldn't expect that particularly, and we saw this kind of racing you get around Gustro last weekend. Very different. Yeah,
but they're saying that, like Lambert, he's a bit of a specialist around there, from what I'm understanding. He rides there and he knows it. So that will be something that, he's going to be looking forward to. But what's in front of him today is this 397-meter racetrack that's what I think is a jewel of conditions. I wouldn't be able to fault anything about it right now. It looks too good.
Tell me what it was like when you rode it. So you rode it in a testimonial meeting. You rode demonstration races.
Yeah, it was just a match race against, and I'm pretty sure it was Janowski or I can't remember now who exactly it was, but Adam Skrnicki invited me here, supplied me with the bike I've never ridden, and said, "Can you go out there and do it?" And me, as eager as I was, when I seen this place, I was like, "Wow, what a nice track!" And I couldn't wait to get out there and do some laps. And I felt I was probably better than my competitors at the time. Maybe it's because maybe I was younger, I don't know, or still on the bike, I don't know what it was at the time, but I actually let them go in the first start a little bit, and I couldn't catch them because the track's so big that they just got their horsepower down and it was going. And I thought, well, I'm not going to let that happen the second time. And the second time I went out there and tried to make a start, and I had a really good battle with them. So you can't have it your own way if you got a fast bike. So what I'm trying to say is it's probably not that hard of a racetrack to ride if you're an experienced rider. So even if you've been retired for a long time, you can probably get around this racetrack pretty handy.
And Robert Lambert rode here last week, so he does have recent track knowledge, whether the conditions are anything like they were, but he's actually scored 14 points here last week for Lublin in a away win, so it's got to give you some confidence coming in.
Oh, absolutely. You would be using that experience, and you would go to the start line oozing with the ability to know that you've been here, you know it. Mainly because of the bike setup too. You know, they'll know the gearing, and that's going to play its part. I mean, we hear so much about, you know, riders at the top suffer from getting the setups quite right. I've heard Chris Holder, when I've walked the racetrack with him when we were at Lanchard for the SEC meeting, he said to me, he goes, "You know what? You think you got it right, and you go out there and you have a good race, and you kind of blame yourself sometimes for not making that start, or you made a mistake at the start going in the first corner, so you blame yourself, but then you're chasing it all the time, not sure if your bike's set up right." At this level of competition, I should say the experience of these riders, all under 21, they might not be so worried about that. They'll be a bit more raw, and maybe at that level of being a little bit raw, their abilities might have to be what plays the part the most. But that combination of knowing the bike and your ability, if you can dial that in, that's got to be the winning combination.
Well, in the lineup, there is a real mix of experience. You have riders who have ridden in World Cups. Lambert, for example, rode in the World Cup final a couple of weeks ago. Brady Kurtz has World Cup experience too. But then you're going down to people who are 17 years of age who have qualified, who have done really well in the rounds and have clearly proved their ability. But getting into a final, a 3-round final like this, is a further step forward.
It is, and remember, you doing it over 3 events spread over the course of the remainder part of the season. You got to, make sure you stay fit. Number one. Number 2, make sure you identify that you got the right kind of equipment, possibly. At the same time, just focus on the fact that, there's the other riders on the racetrack are just like you in the morning when you wake up, and you got to get on the bike, and you got to be fit, you got to eat right, and you got to be in the right mental side of it as well as physical side. The bike is another part of it, but like I tried to point out, I'm hoping it's not as critical as it is as the top guys in the Grand Prix when it comes down to the setups. Now these guys will fit on any league as a number, 3, 5, 6, or 7 rider, let's say.
Yep.
You wouldn't expect them to be number 1s in any one of the league racing, but some of them have the experience, as you just said. I mean, Kurtz with the Australian experience, big car tracks, clay tracks, scary tracks in some instances, and they got to go out there and race, and sometimes that's the only track time they get. And then you get the Poles that are used to these big, wide open racetracks, plus they have the experience of other club members with the bikes and the engines, and there's many labeled meisters out there that know how to set bikes up, and they would have had that hopefully had that experience bringing it into this under 21 World Championship over the 3 legs. And that's really what they're looking for, is the confidence now to say that they can put those combinations together.
They're just actually marking out the white line, which is encouraging on the inside, so hopefully that will be a further signal that we won't be too far away from action. You talk about the mental side, and I'm quite intrigued by that. Mental side from the view of when you get to the track, having the right mindset, or generally across your Speedway career being right, or what is the mental significance of this kind of meeting? What should you be thinking when you turn up here today, especially in changeable conditions? Is it just a case of being positive throughout?
Well, I'll reflect on my experience. I started when I was 21. So I kind of use this phrase as I was already a man. Let's say, mentally I was kind of mature enough to understand that, I'm going into a competition, and I'll weigh up all the different things that I can identify that will help me understand what I'm going to be faced with when I got on the track, whether it's the conditions of the track, the shape of the track, the weather conditions, whether my bike's suitable for a big track or a small track. I would think, looking at the list of riders here and their nationalities and where they've come from, and maybe what they might have been exposed to, maybe in the short time they've been riding, or the people around them that will give them as much of that information they needed, they would have been more making sure probably they're not busy with too many people around them on the way to the racetrack. Can you imagine having a van full of people coming with you, because it's a family outing, because they are young enough where they probably have brothers and sisters that are close, and mom and dads want to be a part of it, and you're coming to the racetrack and it's been raining the whole way, and you're going to hear everybody in the background talking about, oh, it's raining, what's it going to be like? And you got maybe your earphones on and you're listening to your music, or you're trying to sleep. Or, you don't know what each one of these riders of how they got here. But once they got here, that's when they got to turn their race face on and say, okay, I'm ready. I think they would have just been open-minded when the weather was bad when they got here, because we were, but we were more on the side where we're going to be here tomorrow, aren't we?
It did look possible at one stage, but we do know what can be achieved with tracks over here, and so there was always the feeling that if the rain did stop at a sensible time, and obviously the fact that there are no floodlights here does give you a time factor to it. They always felt they could get this meeting on, and we've got riders at the pit gate at the moment, a couple wearing helmets, so they're clearly waiting for the go. And that white line I mentioned is just being completed. So we've got three vehicles and one tractor going round, and that will hopefully complete the work required. But there you see Kostigovs, who'll be going in white in the first race. He's all set to go. So hopefully we'll get the vehicles off and get the bikes on the track.
We did. I don't think I heard one person that was negative.
No.
The only thing we heard was our driver said to me, it's been raining all night up until the time we got in the van, and now we're going, oh, right, so how's it going to go? But there was nobody with their heads down. Everybody was positive. So they must have known weather-wise that this was coming, and great stuff that it's here.
Certainly is. Let's hope that these vehicles make their way off, because you can see I think the riders are ready to go, and looking forward to the first round. And as if by magic, the vehicles are moving off the track. They're actually turning back now through the pits gate. So and there you can see the riders now can make their final preparations, because the track work is just about done, and we'll be able to get set for the first round of the FIM EKO-DIR World Under-21 Championship here in Poznań. A very sunny Poznań, as it's turned out in late afternoon. It's just coming up to 5:45 local time here, and people still making their way into the stadium. Late arrivals coming in who...
I don't know yet. We need to see how it's going on with a few first hit. So I can't say anything now, but should be alright, I think.
Nie potrafię jeszcze nic powiedzieć na temat tego, jak ten tor będzie się zachowywał, natomiast na moje oko wygląda w porządku, ale potrzebujemy jeszcze kilku biegów, żeby stwierdzić. I would like to ask you about your experience, this year experience in Poland. How do you like riding it here?
Yeah, well, I don't ride so much, so I can't say much, but yeah, I like the track in Poland. It's big and I like it, so yeah, I'm looking forward for today. New track, so we'll see what happens.
Nie mam jeszcze na koncie tak wielu meczów w polskiej lidze, natomiast podoba mi się to, że tory są duże. Ten tor w Poznaniu również jest duży, dlatego oczekuję tych zawodów z niecierpliwością. So you said that tracks in Poland are big, so that means that tracks in France are smaller, much more technical?
No, in France is big as well. So this is why I like big track, because in France we don't have any small track, so I'll always ride on a big track in France.
Zapytałem Dmitrija, czy w takim razie tory we Francji są krótsze. Powiedział, że nie, że właśnie lubi polskie, dlatego że przypominają mu te z Francji. Tam we Francji nie ma ani jednego toru takiego krótkiego technicznego, dlatego Dmitrij jest przyzwyczajony do takiego rodzaju nawierzchni jak dzisiaj w Poznaniu. Pociągnę może trochę temat tej Francji. I would like to ask you in general about Speedway in France. How many riders do you have and who's next will be after you and David Bellego to maybe ride on an international level?
Well, honestly, I don't know. We need to wait maybe more 2 years more to see. For the moment, we are only 2, and we give the best, to represent the France on a high level. So I hope a lot of riders will come.
Dmitrij powiedział, że ciężko powiedzieć na tę chwilę, w którą stronę pójdzie żużel we Francji. Należy poczekać jeszcze rok, 2, bo na razie rzeczywiście tylko on i David Bellego prezentują poziom międzynarodowy. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Musimy już kończyć, także oddaję głos komentatorem.
Dimitri Berger talking there and mentioning David Bellego, who's having a stunning season in the UK with Swindon. But also an interesting point there, Sam, as the riders make their way on track for the opening race here. Several have not raced here before. Something new.
I would think that they need their first race, if you know what I mean. If they've not seen this track before, only today when the rain, or maybe possibly tomorrow, showed up for the practice when it was drenching with rain, the track was flooded, I would say that they got to go out there and they got to get their first race under their belt to even understand what the 397-meter racetrack is going to expose their ability to.
Should also point out that this venue, Poznań, for round 1 was a fairly late change because this meeting was actually allocated to Swindon in the UK to fall kindly the day after the British Grand Prix. It looked an excellent idea, but unfortunately, as is well documented, the issue of the new stadium at Swindon is an ongoing one, and it doesn't exist yet, at least in terms of it doesn't exist in Swindon. So unfortunately, they couldn't run it at Swindon, but Poznań has stepped in, and we're looking forward to the action here on this big circuit here in Poland. So heat number 1 with the riders making their way to the start line. The 2-minute warning is counting down, and it's Kasper Verina riding in red. Alexander Bwentin goes in blue. It's Yevgenis Kostigos in white and Brady Kurtz in yellow.
Wow. I would like to think that this is it now. All eyes from the pits will be looking over the fence right now to see what these 4 riders can make of this big track. Whether they can go out there, if it's going to rely on making the start, is there going to be anything on the racetrack that's going to pull them offline to give them an opportunity of passing? We're yet to see. Heat 1 coming up.
All the riders have 5 rides over 20 races. They each meet each other during that period with a fairly even split of gate positions. They all get one of the gates twice, but they all go off each gate, and we're looking for the top 8 to make the semi-finals, but all the points count towards the overall total. Verina off the inside, Ventin gate 2, Kostigos gate 3, and Kurtz off the outside. Opening race of the EKO-DIR World Under-21 Championship here in Poznań. And a bit of edging at the start, and the tapes are broken by Kostigos in white, and that's not the start we wanted to the meeting. Kasper Verina going charging away. He's now seen the red line. There was a bit of creeping. We'll check the replay very shortly, but certainly going through the tapes was Kostigos, and Suzanne Hurtiger immediately with a decision to make and an exclusion to make.
You know, I thought she held that a little bit too long myself. I didn't see anybody moving yet. You got to take on board that these guys have been sitting there anxiously waiting to go. Unfortunately, it's hard to see what exactly happened in that clip there, but see what goes down. A little bit of movement.
Kostigos goes too soon. I think that's the
yeah, and it was his front fender that caught it. I could smell smell that odor. That's the clutches that were.
Yeah, there was a massive clutch smell.
Yeah, just held the tape a little bit too long, I would say, and the riders just had to go.
That, of course, was a talking point. Kostigos is excluded. That was a talking point in the British Grand Prix last night with multiple restarts and riders being warned. But that is bad news for Kostigos, and therefore we're assuming that Damien Drudge, the reserve, will be the rider coming in here in white. Confirmation that Kostigos has been excluded. And so we'll see a reserve coming in. Verina was away well, but have to do it again. There he is, rider number 222, Kasper Verina from Rybnik, and having a good season in the extra league this year as well. And his grandfather was world number 3 twice, Antonin, and also rode in the UK for Poole.
No pressure then?
No family tradition there, but no, absolutely. Kasper is is certainly having a good year, and will be looking to make an impact in this competition. 2-minute warning is back on for the restart of Heat 1. The tapes are being mended, but the 2-minute warning is on, and we're waiting to just get confirmation. But Damien Drudz is the first reserve, if you like, rider number 17 on the night, so he will be coming in for Kostegolfs, and it's Verena, Ventin and Brady Kurtz completing the lineup.
You know, I wouldn't say that Susan doesn't know her job, the referee, but, you know, I don't know why that tape didn't go up that slight split second earlier. I didn't think the movement came until just the length of the hold, I think, is what unnerved the riders at the start there. So, very unfortunate.
Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS.
So coming into line for the restart of Heat 1 here in Poznań, with Yevgenis Kostegolfs excluded for breaking the tapes, and Damien Drudz, the reserve, comes in to replace him in white. Kasper Verena there rides in red. He'll be going off the inside gate. Alexander Ventin, just 17 years of age, the Vetlander and Ornana youngster. He rides in blue. It's Drudz, the reserve, riding in white, and Brady Kurtz of Australia, who appeared during the Australian Grand Prix last year, has been having intensive treatment to be fit for tonight's meeting. His first meeting for a couple of weeks, suffering from rib injuries, Brady Kurtz, so a big test of him tonight, but it is quite a big circuit. Hopefully that won't do too much damage to his ribs. Here we go then to the rerun of Heat 1, this time they're away, although there's trouble for Brenton on the start line as Verena makes the gate, and Verena has the advantage here over Brady Kurtz, with Drudz in third, and Brenton is being pushed off the track towards the infield, so no joy for the young Swede, but Verena making good use of the inside gate to take the advantage. Brady Kurtz riding nicely in the second place, with the reserve Drudz in third, but the inside, a good start there for Kasper Verena.
Yeah, I would say Verena knew on that inside line, when he made that start, he kept it down low, and the bike actually just bermed around the corner quite nicely and got a little bit of a distance from Kurtz. Kurtz made a good job to get himself from that outside gate into scoring position in second place, and the third place rider right now is just struggling a bit.
Damien Drudz in third place is struggling, in fact, and I think he'll make it round okay, but he's got some kind of issue down there in third, but well out in front onto his last lap, Kasper Verena, with Brady Kurtz in second place. It won't be too long here before we get some dust flying, such as the way the conditions have improved, the way the sun is beating down on this circuit. You can see the gap that Verena has got over his rivals, won it by a distance. It's Kasper Verena winning the opening race of the Under-21 World Championship Series. Brady Kurtz in second place, and the reserve, Damien Drudz, will come home in third. Here he comes now, just crossing the finishing line. So it's 3 points for Kasper Verena in the opening race, and really a race where a lot of his opposition actually melted away almost before the start, with Kostegolfs breaking the tapes and then Ventin having mechanical failure on the start line. So the ideal start as far as Verena is concerned, and a decent safe second place too for Brady Kurtz. But Verena, he gets the victory and gets his campaign off to a flying start. 3 points for the pole, Kasper Verena, who'll be hoping for a big night on home soil this evening. Verena winning Heat 1, second place Brady Kurtz, third was Damien Drudz of Ventin. Didn't leave the start line due to mechanical failure.
Yeah, unfortunately for that, that's sometimes the gremlins at your face. It could have been mechanical. I'd hate to say it'd be something to do with the fuel issue. If they forgot to turn the fuel on, I'm not so sure, but the bike was left standing where it's at, so definitely a mechanical problem possibly. Nice to see Verona just attacking the track is exactly what you got to do. When you dump that clutch on a track that you're not sure of, but you know, maybe his experience, because he is a Polish rider, was able to attack it. Just look at the start, right from the go. Look at Kurtz from the outside, front wheel in the ground the whole way to the corner, gets himself in there, but the drive that Verona gets from off the corner right there just pulled him a couple of bike lengths. Here we go, watching it from the start. Tucks the bike into the corner. They've not been on the racetrack for practice. Right there, the bike just grabbed loads of traction and pulled him around. Quite nice.
Good start then for Kasper Verena, and he gets 3 points from the opening race, and obviously very pleased with that. On track for Heat 2, Robert Lambert rides in red, Lucas Fienhage goes in blue, Bartosz Smektala in white, and the wild card for the evening, Rafael Kausmarz, he goes in yellow. So Lambert, who was a rostrum finisher overall last year, finishing third, beating Jack Holder in a runoff, and he gets an inside gate to start off his challenge in 2017.
Robert Lambert would be really lucky he's got that position on the inside. You know, these boys are coming into this heat number 2. Again, the only thing the experience they got on the racetrack today so far is just the eyes when they were watching that first race. Didn't have the best competition with a couple of them dropping out of it, but still, they seen guys go around here and get their 4 laps in. I believe you have to attack the racetrack. I don't think you can relax at all. It's a fairly big track, as I said. It's just under 400 meters. You got to keep the gas on and hold on.
Here we go then with heat number 2. Lambert inside, Fienhager gate 2, Smektala gate 3, and Kausmas goes off the outside. We've got more tape breaking drama with Rafael Kausmas on the outside going through the tapes, and it's something that we don't want after a lengthy delay, but everyone is obviously wound up for it, and you speculated about maybe the tapes being held in the first race, and I think there everyone was saying, let's go, and he went too soon.
You know, if you've seen the first race get held, then you got to train yourself for your next race to make, or for your first race in that case. It could be held again, but at the same time, you're trying to make the best gate possible. It's a world championship, and you've got to make sure you're ready, and just a little bit too eager.
History repeats there in Heat 2 as the wild card Kausmas is excluded, just as Craig Cook was in the Prince of Wales Stadium last night for breaking the tapes in his opening ride as well. So an early call-up for the other reserve, Alex Zgarzinski, will be riding in yellow in this restart, and a delay that will be frustrating for all concerned. Everyone wants to get into the action and get their first rides on the board, but you can't be over-eager, and the start line crew are busily working hard. They've now bringing a new set of tapes in to bring them down for the restart, because the referee will want to get the 2-minute warning on pretty quickly for this restart, get the riders to turn around. The 3 remaining riders all on the track still up on turn 3 and 4. That's where the pit in and out is. And we're just waiting for the reserves, Garzinski, to join, who will be going in yellow. Here's the bike work going on in Robert Lambert's camera.
Yeah, with the reserve coming in, or Garzinski, he'll be, you know, again, his experience being Polish might just play in his hands, come from that outside gate. But you got Smektala right on the inside of him, with the German just inside of him, Lucas Finnag coming from gate 2. Robert Lambert was actually here, what, a week ago you said, wasn't it?
Last week, yeah, last weekend, yes.
14 points on the track, so he'll be feeling somewhat confident that at least his gearing and stuff like that might be settled down. He'll know what his starting combination is going to be with the bike, but you know, everybody's a little bit uneased with the conditions. No practice, I would say, is probably the biggest factor. The long delay, not sure if we're going to have a meeting on at all with the rain that we had earlier on. It's blue sky, sun is blazing right now. We're sitting in we should have our shirts off, Dave, I think.
Well, you might, I don't know about me, but that might not look great, although thankfully you can. Anyway, the 2-minute warning is on. Let's get back to the plot. The 2-minute warning is on, and we're down to 1 minute remaining, and the riders are on track for the restart. Robert Lambert, Lucas Fienhager, Bartosz Smektala, and Alex Stardinski, the Zieloná youngster, 20 years of age, and reserve tonight, going off the outside gate. And sometimes reserves go the whole night without being called upon, and here we are, we're in heat 2 and they've both had a go.
Yeah, that's it. Well, they're getting some track time then. Finnage, I wonder what he can do. Can he actually stop Lambert from that gate 1? He's preparing himself.
He's 17 and comes from a long track background. In fact, he's down with a long track race, and his first outings were on the long track, so he should be okay on a big track.
I would like to think so. So Robert Lambert's going to have his work cut off from the inside.
Lambert then off the inside gate. There's confirmation with it's actually Fienhager is off gate 2, Smektala is off gate 3, and Zgarzinski is off the outside. Here we go with the rerun of heat number 2. They go with this one. Lambert gets a good one from the inside. He's got the advantage. Fienhager has gone second, but he's passed up the inside there by a bold move by Smektala. Smektala in white goes through into second place. Now, can he chase down Robert Lambert? The British rider has the advantage coming off the fourth bend for the first time. Smektala looks to have plenty of space in second place. Lambert goes off a good lead early on, while Smektala was passing Fienhager. And it's Lambert up front here.
Yeah, just watch Lambert. Lays the bike in the corner, nice and easy, lets it find its own way around, but when they come back into turn one, look how hard he's got to turn the bike. Just as he gets to the car, he's got to whip it tight right now, turn it, and then let the bike do its job, make a long straightaway out of it, and that's exactly what I do, but he's got somebody right on his, Martell is right there behind him, so if he makes a mistake, he could be vulnerable.
Yes, Smetala certainly has got pace in second place. Fienhager has packed up in third, so the reserves, Zazinski will go through and take that third place, but the race on still up front with Smetala chasing Lambert. Lambert has ridden 3.5 perfect laps so far, so looks good for him round turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and it will be an opening win for Robert Lambert in heat number 2. Lambert wins it, chased hard by Smetala, and it will be Zazinski coming through in third because Fienhager had mechanical failure on the third lap, so he is probably going to be a non-finisher. Looks like he won't. No, he's gone straight back round to the pits. But Lambert is off to a winning start, one of the series favourites, and he gets 3 points from his first outing.
You know, that's a mistake, isn't it? Going off the track.
Fienhager, yes, going off the track, that counts as a retirement, and if you come last, that's better if it comes to a countback. Yeah. Last place beats a retirement.
You know, that is something that, this is an education for some of these guys. They got to be told that, or whoever's looking after them, the mathematics of things, they got to finish the race, and that little short distance to the finish line could play dividends if you were to get across it.
Here's confirmation, or here's the action, I should say, from heat number 2, and Lambert got the start. Smetala in white didn't get a particularly good start, made a strong move here on turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm just impressed. Look at Lambert. All right, Lambert's been on the racetrack, and Smetala is just, he knows how to get around here. It looks like, obviously, coming from that gate 3, gets in that corner, does a nice cutback right there. The door is left right open for him from the German going a little bit wide, cuts up underneath it. Now both Lambert and Smekateli both lay the bike into the corner nice and easy. That's the beauty of a big racetrack. If you can dial yourself in, knowing how to form yourself without turning the bike too much, then you can get some nice consistent drives, and Lambert did a perfect 4 laps, I'd say.
Yeah, good stuff from Robert Lambert, and he joins Kasper Varina as a race winner. Heat number 3 next up, and could be interesting here. 2 of the favourites definitely on the inside 2 gates here. Maxim Drabik goes in red and Max Frick goes in blue, with Andreas Lajaga going in white and Edouard Kruchmar goes in yellow. But a lot of people talking about Drabik. We talk about the Polish World Cup team, and then those that are just below it in terms of youngsters. Well, Drabik is certainly in that category and has come back really well this year from a bad injury last year.
You know, yeah, now they're faced with the challenges of today, and now's the time to make sure you get out of that start, get in there. These guys have watched the first 2 races. I think the track, you have to attack the racetrack. It's obvious that that's exactly what the 2 winners have done so far. If you want to be the winner in this heat number 3, take some lessons off that. When you let that clutch out, just dial into the racetrack as fast as you can, keep your nerves.
Drabik inside, Frick gate 2, Lajaga gate 3, and Kruchmar off the outside for race number 3. The start marshal just brings the riders into line off the outside gate. Kruchmar is there now, and here we go with heat number 3. Away they go first time, and Drabik off the inside makes a good start. Frick lifted, didn't make a particularly good one. He goes inside Kruchmar. Lajaga was way out of shape on turns 1 and 2. He's way at the back now, and it's Drabik in front of Frick into bend 3 and 4. Frick going a bit square into the bend, but rides it okay on the way out, and it's still Maxim Drabik out in front of Max Frick. Kruchmar giving chase in third. It looks good so far here for Maxim Drabik.
Yeah, all 3 of these riders are riding the racetrack really good. I would say Drabik attacked it from the word go, got that little bit of lead. Frick did a nice turn 3. I thought you said he went to the square. I think he just went up wide to get a nice clean line so he can approach coming off of 4. But they're reaching out in the middle of the racetrack now. They're getting comfortable.
Yeah, you can see the riders are changing lines even now compared to the first couple of races, and Drabik is still with the advantage with Max Frick chasing hard, and hopefully signs this will develop into a racetrack as the meeting goes on, and we'll see some overtaking action. At the moment, after all the track work earlier on, gating is of paramount importance, no question about that, and Maxim Drabik here has the advantage into the final bend with Max Frick in second place. You can see him working the track out. Kruchmar in third. It's a win for Drabik in heat 3. It's the 3rd win up off the inside gate in the opening 3 races. Drabik over Frick with Kruchmar in 3rd place. Lajaga was way out of shape there on turns 1 and 2. Might see that again on the replay, but Maxim Drabik gets the victory there. That's our 2nd Polish winner of the evening, and he gets 3 points, and he beats Max Frick there in heat 3. So Drabik the winner, Frick in 2nd place, Kruchmar in 3rd, and again the track quite clearly developing, and Drabik making a good start to his meeting.
we got to say the starts are important. You mentioned it's paramount to get yourself into that first corner. Equally, you got to be able to attack the racetrack, and both the first and second place riders in this race, especially out of the start, Frick adjusts straight away, but Dravic gets into that corner and attacks it. Frick's just on the inside there. He's got a little bit of a challenge right there with Kishmar on the outside of him, but by the time they get into turn 3, see Frick just loosens up a little bit, and we're going to see him out of the start again.
Yeah, Frick lifted somewhat, and Dravic got a clear bike length in front, and there's the rider in white.
Getting in shape here. But then right now, as the race gets going, Frick decides to go into turns 3 a little bit wide, a little bit easy. Well, that's kind of been the nature.
It was a change of plan almost as he went in.
Well, you know, you just don't want to make any mistakes because it's the first time on the track. You're not so sure what to expect. All right, this is unexpected right there for that Danish rider. But at the same time, you know, you gotta be fast. The pace is high. I'm really impressed so far.
Yep, some good stuff so far in terms of the way the riders are attacking the track, a track that's completely unfamiliar in many senses given the rain, the work that's been done, and now they're actually racing it in blazing sunshine here in Poznań. Heat 4, Dimitri Berger rides in red, Dominic Kibera in blue, Jack Holder in white, and Patrick Hansen goes in yellow. Hansen is an interesting one for me. Received a permanent wild card, only 18 years old, associated with Lublin here in Poland, also Esbjerg in Denmark, has been really frustrated by his lack of opportunities for his senior teams this season, and Hansen in yellow looking to make a big statement of his ability in this series.
Well, let's see what he can do. He's from that outside gate. I wouldn't say the outside's a bogey gate. Yeah, but I wouldn't say it's a bogey. You know, you got to be able to get into the corner with him, and at least be able to have the opportunity of making a cutback. You got to leave your options open. Okay, Björk said that you know, the French tracks are all big tracks, so he's not intimidated whatsoever. But Kibera is going to have to be, you know, maybe one of the favorites right here. But Jack Holder, again, come from Australia, big racetracks here as well.
Kibera finished second in the Polish Under-21 Championship in Rybnik last week, a meeting won by Smetala. Heat 4 gets underway, and that's disaster for Dimitri Berger with mechanical failure, so it could be good news for Kibera, who has the advantage with Jack Holder in second place and Hansen in third, but more trouble mechanically this time afflicting Berger. But look at the line being taken by Kibera around turns 3 and 4. He's got Jack Holder coming right behind him in second place. Could be a race on here in Heat 4 with Kibera out in front, but Jack Holder is really chasing.
Yeah, Holder's got some pace. He's going into the corner nice and easy. Don't turn it too tight to lose your momentum. But he's just dialing in on the line. And look, he's chasing that inside his Holder. Kibera, if he makes a mistake, Holder makes a mistake. Does he go too far wide? He does, but he's still secure that second spot.
The mistake does come from Jack Holder, who has definitely got more speed than the race leader Kibera, but Kibera has ridden it well. In fact, Hansen's got mechanical trouble as well. All kinds of trouble going on for riders towards the back, and he'll just limp it round for his point. But out in front, Kibera has got the more clear advantage now, given that Holder made a mistake midway through the race, and it will be 3 points here for Dominic Kibera. The pole's going well so far in the early stages. He wins it. Holder in second place, and that was the best race we've had so far, because Holder was certainly throwing everything in to try and make a passing move, and just got it wrong going into bends 1 and 2 on the third lap, and that's the first race winner we've had not from the inside gate, and that's Dimitri Berger that's been afflicted by mechanical trouble, having started in red in that Heat 4. Dominic Kibera with the victory in Heat number 4, and he held off the challenge of Jack Holder, who made, a slight mistake midway through the race, but had time to recover and maintain his second spot, and Patrick Hansen was able to take the third spot. Confirmation, Kibera the winner, Holder in second place, Hansen was third.
Yeah, the Frenchman didn't get out of that start. The bike let him down. He was the one that was probably hoping to have the best advantage when the tapes went up. But Kibera did what he had to do from gate 2. Got out of that start. Let's just call it an inside start because there's nobody there. Was able to turn to the inside straight away, hold on to it with Jack Holder, the Australian, having to settle, but a good position from coming from gate 3. He got himself into that second position. By the time they got in here, ease off. Now that's what you got to do. It looks that's the way you got to do. All the riders are kind of comfortably going into 3, pacing themselves. That's when they got their full speed up coming from the start. Then they want to make sure they don't make any mistakes. But I think Holder kind of sensed there was going to be an opportunity for an inside move. He clamped down the inside. It's still a little bit ruddy there. They're out on the track right now grading it, and hopefully going to clean some of that up. But he was a victim of just easing off coming in the corner, bike pulling him a little bit wide. But Kibera definitely meant the business from the start to the finish.
Yes, he held a good line throughout and was noticeably on that first lap particularly. Kubera rode much wider around bends 3 and 4 than we've seen anyone do so far.
Well, it's an easier ride, you know, if you can approach it really wide. We've seen Kurtz do it in his race. He went a little bit, you kind of look like, you mentioned the fact he might have squared it off. I would say, if anything, he was just trying to get an easy ride, keeping the momentum he built up going down the back straightaway.
Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski. Firma kurierska GLS.
So everyone's had one ride of their 5 qualifying outings, and Kasper Warina, Robert Lambert, Maxim Drabik and Dominik Kubera are the opening 4 race winners here in Poznań. And in fact, after the track grading, the 5th race will feature 2 of those race winners in Kasper Warina and Robert Lambert. So we have seen quite a mix of riders and people having differing fortunes. We've seen a couple of tape breakings, also a couple of mechanical failures too, which hasn't helped the riders and really puts them behind, having not had the track experience. So the tractor work is going on, but it's going to be difficult if you have effectively missed your first ride, either by breaking the tapes or by your bike not getting you too far. You're effectively one ride behind all the time.
Especially when we put the number of double figures, didn't we? You know, if you got to try to at least get double figures at every one of the 3 venues, and you have a chance of you know, battling out for that podium, if not overall win. But you know, when you have mechanical gremlins at the first go, you know, that's only the first round. It can happen to the other guys just as well.
I mentioned we've got the top finishers from the Polish Under-21 Championship, which took place last weekend in Rybnik. Bartosz Schmechtala won that meeting. Dominik Kubera, who we've just seen there, he finished 2nd, and Kasper Warina finished 3rd, and maybe felt he should have won that meeting. So these are the guys who have been the national champions. Robert Lambert, of course, the British Under-21 champion after a couple of near misses in previous years. He finally managed to clear that particular hurdle at Poole earlier in the season. Jack Holder was an Australian Under-21 champion in 2016. So they've a lot of the big hitters here have been doing it in their national competitions, and now it's a case of transforming that to the international scene.
Walking through the pits, looking at the equipment. At the time I was down in the pits, everything was covered up, but you get the gleam through the handlebars and the front wheels that you can see. You know, every one of the riders here had 3 bikes, and they just look world class. You know, they're in a world championship. I wouldn't expect anything less, but you know, the experience they've gained from their national competitions, now they're at the world stage. It's nice to see the investments got into their equipment. They're keen, nice big racetrack. The mechanical failures you don't want. We've seen a few of them already. You know, that's exactly what, you know,
będę walczyć o jak najwięcej punktów.
Damian Druszcz powiedział, że dzisiaj wiele zawodników może wjeżdżać w taśmę ze względu na to, że tor jest bardzo niebezpieczny. Ty nie miałeś okazji przejechać się jeszcze w związku z tą taśmą, ale tak jak obserwujesz zawody, jesteś w stanie to potwierdzić?
No tak, no tor jest bardzo wymagający, więc jeździłem też na podobnych, no zawodnicy mogą wjeżdżać w taśmę, bo się obawiają, że pokonają albo nie pokonają łuki, więc trzeba jechać z gazem i na pewno będzie o wiele lżej, jak się będzie jechać na mniejszym gazie.
Byłeś zaskoczony, że Rafał Dobrucki właśnie Ciebie wybrał?
Given us a dry, warm evening, so I'm just going to just hold on whilst my colleague gets himself properly prepared. And are you feeling better now?
Oh, absolutely. Sunglasses are going back on. It's a scorcher. It's super nice. I'm glad to be a part of this sunny day.
Yeah, it's quite a scene actually here from looking from this commentary position on the home straight. We can actually see planes landing at Poznań Airport away from our left-hand side, and you certainly wouldn't have seen that 2 hours ago because it would have been banked in high cloud. So.
It is summer though, isn't it?
It should be, and it probably is now, yeah.
Yeah, it is summer, and it's nice to see that the weather and Mother Nature was kind to us. They've given us enough water on this racetrack. A little bit ruddy on the inside, I would say. The nature of the track is you build a heck of a lot of speed down the straightaways. You know, just under 400 meters long, you wouldn't expect anything less. The riders are aware of the fact that, you know, they need to have some kind of a horsepower underneath them just to get the legs down the straightaway. But when you come in the corners, it's about avoiding mistakes, I would say. You can see some of the carburetors coming off the bikes there, just making those slight adjustments, or maybe that's the problem he had with a fuel problem. Whose camp are we looking at?
That's the Lucas Viernhager camp, and of course we did see him have that failure in his previous ride. So,
yeah.
So what are they looking at here?
So basically they had a carburetor problem. I think that was identified by him holding the carburetor. So now it's just a matter of if they have another carburetor, another bike, get everything prepared now, warm it up, or this could be the second carburetor on the bike, and just you hear him rev it right up.
The cover's off.
Yeah, the cover's off, looking straight at the carburetor, just getting the confidence that the bike's revving out the way it's supposed to. But sometimes those are problems that you know just occur. It could have been a little piece of dirt or something, or who knows what has done it. But they're vigorously working in the pits to make sure they can get it right now.
A lot of paraphernalia in the pits and a lot of professional-looking setups. You mentioned the amount of equipment that's there, the fresh cleaning bikes, but also the backroom teams behind all these riders, and it's something you have to do now, isn't it? It's the way the sport has evolved, and it's now preparation off the track. I suppose it was always the case. Preparation off track was absolutely vital. You've won big meetings in the past when you've had to be on the right equipment and get that right, but it just seems now ever more so. If anyone can find the slightest advantage somewhere, they've got to take it.
You know, a lot of it at the level that these guys are trying to compete in, if there's something visually that looks different on a bike and it gets wheeled through the pits that they're not so sure what it is, you're inquisitive, or the mechanics start talking about, it could just be a little gadget, or it could be a lever that's a little bit different, or maybe giving them a little bit geometry or something different to let the cable release and the clutch to go, or there could be something visually that if you get your fellow rider to think about it, it could be that slight mental advantage that you need. I mean, when we were last at last meeting we did in Poland, when we were there,
we were in Torrent for the
the Torrent thing, and we went to the pits, didn't we? And we were walking around. No, it was at Gustrov. Sorry, when we were last at Gustrov, and Laguta's mechanic came up to me and said to me, he's building a lot of these, machining a lot of these parts because that's what they need right now, is to have some kind of advantage. And he did reflect on my time. I mean, I always was trying to invent something, but we had a good bunch of thinkers in our team that helped me. In the early days when I came to Poland, back in the early '90s. The Western world haven't really touched Poland. They were still using the old Jawas, which we would call from the communist times. You can get a Jawa, and all the parts are available through Poland and Russia and stuff like that. But we call us Western mechanics and bike builders. We bring over things they've never seen, but they've caught up now. They're pretty much the rulers now. Most of the top GP teams are based in Poland, and they're surrounded by the technology that's been invented. And now the Poles are starting to build stuff. I mean, they got Formula One contacts, and they've with the Polish drivers in Formula One. This is all to their exposure now. At one time, it was unheard of, but the whole world's catching up.
I think the overall Polish motorsport took a massive step forward with Robert Kubica, and it was a big shame he had the rally crash he had. But although there is talk now he's getting back into a Formula One car and testing it, which would be fantastic news. But when you have a sportsman at that high level, it gives everyone in the industry the kick to move on, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, and a lot of Polish people are positioned as far as mechanics and the technical side of the, let's call it the F1 based area in Oxfordshire and Banbury and all that area. And I've heard the whispers about the contacts that some of these Polish riders and mechanics have, and a lot of the Polish mechanics now, as we call them, meisters, or that's the old name. When you got a guru that kind of sits in the garage of the venues, they got those golden hands. They're now exposed to all this quality machinery.
Well, here we go with some quality on the start line, we hope. In heat number 5, Patrick Hansen riding in red. There he is, having final mechanical adjustments made. He scored 1 point from his first outing. Kasper Verina goes in blue, a winner first time out. Robert Lambert goes in white, a winner first time out. And it's Andreas Lajaga going in yellow, who had trouble on the first bend in his first ride and didn't score. But Hansen there in red, with the riders in blue and white, winners in their first rides.
So there's some points to be dropped here by one of the two, with Verone coming in that gate 2, Lambert's from 3. It's we've already reflected on the start's real important. It isn't any of the game of Speedway, but sometimes you get a better gate scoring box, or the odds are there's 3 wins off the inside and 1 off blue, but sometimes that's down to the rider as well.
There's confirmation of the starting lineup with the 1 point on the inside. Patrick Hansen, 3 for Verina, going in blue. Lambert in white with 3, and Lajaga going in yellow. Yet to score so far. And could we see a race won by a rider in either white or yellow? Well, Lambert was a winner in his first ride, but Verina, alongside him in blue, also picked up 3 points from his first outing. Track has been graded. Here we go. with Heat 5 here in Poznań. Quite rare, bit of movement, but away they go, and the referee happy enough with it. Verina has out-trapped Lambert, contact on the first man, and Verina into Lambert, and they're both down very heavily. Contact going in, contact again, and both down in the fence heavily on apex of turn 1 and turn 2. Kasper Verina and Robert Lambert, early race winners. Both won their opening rides, and both now in a heavy first bend crash in Heat 5.
You know, we had the seat. I'm sorry, that was pretty tough. I would say Verina was trying to claim track position, but it was Lambert that actually had it, and Lambert was right leaning over the top. He had the line, and it was just about Verina made a mistake and the bike reared. I mentioned that's where Holder kind of got a little bit of grip when he got out of control a little bit, was able to hold his line down. There was nobody on the outside of him, but in this instance, they're all bunched up into that first corner, attacking the racetrack. What you need to do, see it through to the end, and that's what happened. Verina just grabbed, they touched. Lambert was just a passenger after that. He was still trying to control it, was Lambert. It looks like he's on his knees right now from where I'm sitting.
He is, yes. And Verina is sat up.
Yeah.
But Verina could easily be excluded there, couldn't he?
Well, first turn bunching maybe.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't, yeah.
But he is out of control.
Yeah, right there he was.
Now then, it looks like Lambert is on his feet. Yeah,
great stuff.
Lambert is up and about, and hopefully Verina will be too very shortly. He's just talking with the medics. We don't have any lights on yet as far as exclusions are concerned from the referee, but I'm just looking down trackside to hopefully Kasper Verina is. There's Robert walking in, but he is holding his wrist.
Yes.
So hopefully
the bike looks a mess too.
We know that he is carrying a wrist injury.
Okay.
That is from a recent crash at Newcastle, a broken scaphoid, and there is Kasper sat against the air fence.
Well, I've never had a scaphoid problem, but I know fellow riders that have, and it's something that you think it's okay until you go and you have to hold on to the handlebars and you start finding where the fatigue of the little bone that's not healing is giving you some aggro.
And there's confirmation that Verina is excluded.
Yeah, Verina definitely made the mistake in the corner. The track got him a little bit, racing for position. The bike just lurched that little bit. Lambert was positioned quite well coming from 3. I think he just had the wheel over top of Verina, and as they were going into the corner, a little bit of rub and another rub, and then the bike lifted, and that was enough to put them both down.
Fair decision from the referee. I think that was more than first bend bunching, more than 2 riders.
After looking at the pictures, I'd say there was definitely contact twice.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit of out of control.
I think the first one maybe, but then he straightened up and then cleaned them both out.
That's the track now. You know, it's the shape of the track, because you know these things are geared up. When I say geared up, the speed of the bike from a standing start to full speed is probably about 75, 80 miles an hour. And by the time they got their wheel spin and come into that corner, they grab a little bit of a traction, and the bike just launches. And as it does, you somehow or another got to be able to control that bike, lean it over enough, and that's kind of normal. But there's no apex, so you don't turn the bike to knock your speed off. You actually got to let it go a little bit, and it gains more speed. And then this is what happens. They come together, and the bikes get damaged, and the riders as well. Lucky for the air fences, though. That looks like it's done its job.
They're having to repair 2 sections of the air fence. There you see the pictures. They've already brought the new panels around. Lambert's bike has clearly seen better days, but let's hope that he's okay fitness-wise to go in the rerun, which will be a 3-rider race with the exclusion of Kasper Verina. So it'll be subject to fitness. It will be Hansen and Lambert and Lialga going in the rerun, and I'm sure that Robert Lambert, if there's any way he can ride, he will. It's a series he wants to win. The last thing he wants is to be ruled out injured. Looks like Verina's okay as he walks in.
Yeah, it's nice to see they both walked away from it. I know Lambert's holding his wrist, but let's just hope it's just something that he's concerned about from the past thing. He didn't re-injure it. Now, what they're faced is both of these riders Veroni won't be coming out in this race, but Lambert will be coming out thinking, is his second bike better than his first bike? you know, they didn't have the practice. Now, whether this is the bike that he rode here when he scored his 14 points and he's confident on that one and that's the one that got crashed, we don't have that information. But, you know, the rider now has got to face, he's got to change bikes. And sometimes your second bike's better than your first bike, and sometimes it can be the other way.
Got a bit of work to do down there on the first and second turns. Actually, the two riders managed to take out two panels between them, but again, thankfully the fence is there now. Then here's the scene in the pits with Robert Lambert and sorting out. I think he still wears the air jacket as well, so that may have to be sorted out.
Yeah.
But here's the replay again.
Yeah, both all four riders racing for the corner, and Barani just grabs two grabs of the track, and the bike didn't start straightening up, and as it did, that's exactly, you can see Robert Lambert in the white, nicely tucked in, got his track position, ready to kick the bike sideways, and he gets a nudge, and there's nowhere for him to go. It was just Barani's bike going straight to the fence, and Lambert just had to go with it.
Yeah, I think the first nudge there, that's what you would call first bend punching. The second one is where Verina straightens up and just drives basically through his front wheel, and that's obviously why he's excluded. Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. Verina just you know, had two grab. You know, that's body position too. I remember, were we talking about the motocross thing, me and you, about motocross riders coming in, like Craig Cook coming into it? Coming into it. Then you get riders that are more, you know, natural. Yeah, it looks like they're just regained. The air jacket going back together. You know, you get riders that really don't have the motocross experience, so they don't have that stand up over the bike and elbows up in the air and keep the firm grip, because you're doing all the motocross, you know, the fitness side of things on a motocross bike. When you come into Speedway's different. The bike, you got to just be in front of the bike. There's a line, if you'd say, from the back axle going straight over the top of straight up over in front of the seat. That's where your body wants to be positioned. So when the bike grabs traction, just pushing you and the bike forward. So you still got the ability to keep your elbows up and be able to hold the bike down. But if you lean back a little bit too far, the bike then is taking you for a ride. And I think in that situation there, Veroni was basically the passenger when the bike lifted on him the second time, because they bumped. He probably didn't try to get his body in a better position on the bike, and then the bike reared again, and he was more of a passenger.
Nice to see a member of Max Frick's team helping out there with the repair to Robert Lambert, and here's the repair, or attempted repair, to machinery of Casper Verina back in the pits, because of course he'll be waiting for he won't be in this rerun, but he'll be out in the next race. And you also saw Neil Vatcher in the picture too, whilst they were sorting out Robert back in the pits. He was on the flight out of Stansted this morning, and Neil doing a sterling job with the British youth, the under-21s, the under-15s as well, and again taking British Speedway forward with getting riders more experience in these kind of events.
What I like about Vatch is his enthusiasm for the sport. You know, as long as I've known him, he was Craig Boyce's mechanic way back when I first met him, and he's never lost that spark of wanting to be involved, and he just loves it, and it's just nice to hang out with him. I seen him in the airport lounge, and he was just bubbling away. Just came back from Cardiff, really excited about what he watched there, and now he's here. Was disappointed when we all seen the rain together, but we're sitting here in the sunshine now.
At least two of the three of us did Cardiff and Poznań. One of us went to an outdoor music festival.
Oh yeah, I had some fun. Okay. And guess what we had there? Lots of rain too. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
You can't get away from this weekend.
I went there in my shorts and my flip flops, and I thought this is a beautiful day. It started off just like we're finishing off here, and halfway through the event, and it was 11 to 11 festival. And lucky for me, I was able to nip out and grab some different Atera to come back with and face the rain, but it was a good deal.
Rather like the fan zone at Cardiff at certain points during the day. Rather, people got rained on. Anyway, the air fence has now been repaired, so any further delay we have is now at the discretion of the referee as to how long she's giving, Robert Lambert to get things ready. Verina has been excluded, so they've got a bit more time to deal with his equipment. He's not due out till heat 9 when he goes up against Smektala and Holder and Frick. That's a really loaded race, heat 9. But anyway, 2-minute warning is now on, so the riders making their way out on track for the rerun. Patrick Hansen and Layaga is on his way out now. I'm somewhat baffled by the furious activity taking place in the Verina camp, because he certainly won't be going in this race, but maybe they've got a lot of work to do. The good news is that Robert Lambert is back on track now in white.
Yep. There's all 4 of the girls are on the start line in the front. So are we seeing something that we don't know
Well,
about?
we've had the we had the confirmation that that Verena was excluded, and there was an exclusion light as well that signified that.
Well, the gate's still open and there's 3 riders on the track.
Yeah, this would be somewhat bizarre. Yeah, so we the announcer has just said the rider in blue excluded.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of confusion because we have the grid girl with the blue gate 2 was on the track, and as you said, Sam, the pits gate is still open, but the announcer has just confirmed that Verena is excluded.
Yeah, fair play.
So. In fairness, there are a couple of Lambert mechanics on the track as well.
That's why the gates are open.
So they've now finished off their work and they'll make their way back in.
Yeah, just to say that Lambert's bike was in that carnage as well. So whether he's had to replace the bike and he's on his second bike now, probably
I'm sure that's a second bike.
Yeah, 1 of 3. One's in the heap at the moment. So maybe they had to take some parts off one, who knows. But they're on the start line coming for heat number 5 now.
Yep, rerun with Patrick Hansen in red, 1 point so far. Robert Lambert in white, 3. And Andreas Lajaga going in yellow, yet to score so far. Restart of heat 5 as they get around the first corner. Safety this time, no Casper Marina in blue. He's been excluded. Away they go in the second bike, whatever it is, Robert Lambert has got him to the first bend in front. He has the advantage over Lajaga with Hansen in 3rd place. So Lambert dumped in the fence by Casper Verena at the first staging of the race, but he certainly made a good start there in the rerun.
Oh,
and he
nice.
leads on to his second lap, but he's riding well.
Oh, wow. Lambert just let that bike just grab a little bit of traction about the apex of the corner last, and that bike lifted and wheelied all the way around the remainder of turn 4. See if he grabs it again. Quite nice ride from him. There he goes. Getting a comfortable ride, Lambert is out front.
Lambert onto his 3rd lap. It's Lajaga looking more comfortable in 2nd place than he was in his first outing. He's actually gaining some ground here, Andreas Lajaga, riding it nicely in 2nd place with Patrick Hansen being dropped off in 3rd. They come on to the last lap, and Lambert still just about in control as he lifts again coming off the 4th bend.
Lajaga's on the inside. He's getting a little bit of grip there, just comfortably as Lambert's riding mid-track.
Lambert into the turns 3 and 4 for the final time and holds a nice line round there. It will be 2 rides and 2 wins for Robert Lambert. He wins heat 5 from Andreas Lajaga with Patrick Hansen coming home for 3rd place in red. So Lambert, after the setback of the crash and the mechanical damage, not to mention damage to him as well, does come straight back. And that's the great thing about Speedway riders is they do bounce back. They will crash and then 5 minutes later they'll be back up on track and winning races as Lambert has done just then. 6 points out of 6 for the Great Britain rider Robert Lambert. He wins heat 5 with a good 2nd place there for Andreas Lajaga with Patrick Hansen in 3rd. But Lambert is top of the early standings with 6 points.
Absolutely superb ride. The effort was in it to get there on his 2nd bike, make the start from gate number 3. Lambert does in the white, gets himself in the corner, and when he turns the bike, it just starts excelling through the corner, keeps it down low, just leans the bike in. By the time he got to full speed down the back straightaway coming into turns 3, the bike's still pulling. That just shows you the gearing. He's got it right. The bike's still driving him in. Here's another view of the start. This time he gets out in front, nobody on the inside of him. He controls the whole racetrack. The bike works. Really love his style when he gets that bike lifting coming off the corners, and that just shows he's got this thing set up quite right, and it's just driving the whole time.
Lambert, the winner of Heat 5. We're going to see 2 of the early winners going out here in Heat 6. There is Dominik Kubera riding in red off the inside. He won Heat 4. And Maxim Drabik, he's going in blue. He won Heat 3. They're actually riding in the opposite helmet colours to where they won their opening rides, because Kubera won in blue and Drabik won in red. It's Alexander Ventin who retired in his first ride. He rides in white. And Bartosz Schmechtala, who was 2nd in his first ride, but a pacey 2nd place, he goes in yellow.
Yes, Schmechtala could be the spoiler here maybe if these 2 guys, Kubera and Drabik, comes into contact going to the corner, could unsettle them. Then this is when you got to have your options, you know. If I was in the pits of any one of these riders' gate positioning, I would be making them aware of it. And this sometimes comes with experience, sometimes it comes natural to the riders. But in this case here, 2 heavy hitters on the inside, both race winners on gates red and blue.
Yep, they both look good in their opening rides. Kubera and Drabik, they go in red and blue here in Heat 6. Spectator on the outside, away they go, and Drabik in blue played a good one and gets to the bend in front. Now does he go too wide? Might give the chance to Kibera to come inside him. It's Drabik out in front in blue, Kibera in second place, Spectator in third. Coming across on the outside is difficult so far, and Spectator riding wide, but Kibera has so far got no answer to Maxim Drabik, who made the start from gate 2, covered off bends 1 and 2, and down at the back has gone Brenton, so let's hope he gets up. And he does get up, he's up and away, and out and away is Maxim Drabik.
Yeah, Drabik, very impressive. The bike's working good for him. He's looking going a little bit of an up there in the air, but easily controlled. A very nice race from these guys.
Maxim Drabik looking really impressive. The race is on for second place as Kibera now coming under pressure from Bartosz Spectator around turns 3 and 4 for the third time. So Drabik onto his last lap. Kibera in second, Spectator in third. The pole's battling away here. The Reds have gone on. That's because Renton has binned it again on the second turn. And good job the referee saw that. We were watching the riders battling on turns 3 and 4, and Venton, who was down a bit further back from where he is now on the second lap, did it more comprehensively next time round, and the referee thankfully got the red lights on in time.
Her eyes was on things we weren't watching, were they?
Well, we were watching the race up on the third and fourth bend, and he was half a lap behind.
Fair play.
That's why you have an incident recorder or a referee or an extra pair of eyes to just check on the rider who's half a lap behind.
So what happens now? Do we get a restart?
I would hope we get an awarded race there. I would think there's no reason why that can't be awarded. With a win for Drabik, who was well out in front, it would be rather unfair to rerun that.
Yeah, I would say so too. That was going into the last lap, wasn't it? So
yeah.
There, yeah.
I just saw the Reds on as they came into bends 1 and 2. So Venton out and has yet to finish a race so far after retiring from his first one and crashing twice in his second ride. But the battle was out front, and Drabik had control, and Kibera had second over Spectator. And we're just awaiting an announcement. I think we're just about to get a result confirmed here. Heat number 6 it was. Didn't quite go the distance. But we've got riders coming on track for Heat 7, and meanwhile here's the action from Heat 6. Yeah,
there's no doubt that Kibera from that inside and Drabik were going to be the two guys that were going to be hunting for getting into the first corner first. And I was looking for an opportunity because Spectator wasn't far off of him. If there was any kind of bumping, there would have been half a chance for him to sneak in there by the time he got the full speed going into turn 3. But still a very good attacked race by Drabik. Made the start, kind of sealed the deal right here. Stayed mid-track the whole way around the first and second corner. Let the bike build up tons of speed down the back straightaway. By the time he got into turn 3, he had it comfortably a 1, I would say then, because he's attacking it the whole time. Misfortune there, right there from the other rider, but still a decent ride. He's got to be really a lot more confidence after this ride.
Yeah, Maxim Drabik joins Robert Lambert as early leaders here with 2 rides and 2 wins. Kibera with second place and Spectator with third. So that is an awarded race. There's confirmation of the result. Drabik, Kibera, Spectator with Brenton excluded. On we go to Heat 7 with the riders at the start line. It's Max Frick riding in red, and Max Frick goes in red against 3 riders who have yet to finish the race so far. Dimitri Berger goes in blue, Lucas Fienhager goes in white, and Yevgenis Kostigov goes in yellow. So Max Frick has the inside gate, experience of the track, and a big favourites tag here in Heat 7.
I would think he'd be really happy to be in that position right about now. 2 points under the Australian's belt, already notched up, come from the inside gate. Maybe the Frenchman next to it, Dimitri Bier, if he's got that bike worked out now, hopefully he'll get into the start, out of the start I should say, and get in the first corner with him.
Frick, the reigning champion, then off the inside in red. Berger in blue, Fienhager in white, and Kostigov goes in yellow away, and Frick does make the start, and Berger again has got mechanical failure. Well, it's an absolute disaster in a big event like this to have packed up at the start once again. Dimitri Berger has got about 5 yards across 2 races. Max Frick out in front around turns 3 and 4 with Kostigov in second place. Fienhager going round the outside in third, but this always looked a good one for Max Frick on paper. As the rider in yellow, Kostigov gets it all wrong on turn 2, but just about manages to stay upright, and Max Frick is back out in front.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't say that the rider doesn't have the experience, but I'm talking about Kostigov in the second place. Right here in this corner, there's some grooves appearing, and if you get it wrong, the bike rears and pulls you offline, but Max Frick outstrides the Australian, cleanly means business out front, leading by a mile.
Lucas Fienhager is out as well. He is crawling down the back straight. He'll get lapped by Max Frick if he's not careful. It's Frick over Costa-Gals, and you'll see, and in fact, Fienhager is now pulled off, so he can't even get the third place. Two riders pushing in effectively. Max Frick well out in front. He'll take the victory, his first of the evening, and Yevgeny Costa-Gals in second place. Only two finishers in Heat 7. Mechanical dramas all round. Dimitri Berger, well, what is going on there? He's left the bike on the centre. Very upset indeed with that. Obviously, double retirement off the start line. Something's going horribly wrong there. And Lucas Fienhager also having more problems too. So they are not having it. Well, not having much joy at all. But Max Frick gets a victory from heat number 7. That's his first win of the meeting after a second place in his first ride, and he is very much one of the contenders for the title. So Frick the winner, Costa-Gals in second, and the riders in white and blue both failed to finish. There's the confirmation: Frick the winner, Costa-Gals second, and no third place.
Quite inviting for the Australian Max Frick to come out of this this race here, Heat 7, from that inside gate, not really being challenged whatsoever for the 4 laps, enjoying his speedway. I'm sure that just adds another 3 points onto his score today, and puts him in a position. Half of the job's done on 5 points if you want to make sure you get double figures, but the Frenchman just gets left at the start with mechanical problems once again, and it was just an easy 4 laps for Frick. But it was nice to see Costa-Gals actually competing with getting his bike around the track too. Long, just under 400 meters racetrack. These guys are really having to let the bike go. And I tell you what, if you got it dialed in, you're going to be enjoying yourself. It's a really nice track.
So they're on track for Heat 8. Brady Kurtz, Rafael Karsmarts, Edouard Krutschmar, and Jack Holder is the lineup. So the two of the Australians here going in red and yellow, both with 2 points so far. If you take a look at Jack Holder, Jack is number 25 is his riding number, but his bike number on the circuit, when you get to see Jack Holder in yellow, his bike number is number 23, and that means he's riding a machine of Chris Holder. Thanks to Steve Brandon for that, because we wouldn't have seen that from this angle, but cheers for that, Steve. And Jack Holder mounted on some of Chris's machinery here tonight.
Do we got Steve in the pits with us?
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Nice one, Brando. Great stuff from Jack Holder. In his first race, he was attacking that inside line, which I think has given the riders was a bit of a rough ride. But now the track is more like mid track, and he's not in a bad position being from gate 4. If he can just get over the top of Kirschmar and 3, he might be able to demand some track position. But Kurtz is on that inside. How far is he going to reach in that first corner?
Yep, here we go with Heat 8. Brady Kurtz inside Jack Holder. Outside could be a clash of the two Australians here. Green lights on, and away they go. And it's a nice start there by Holder off the outside. An even better one by Karsmar, the wildcard. He's got the advantage. Trouble for Krutschmar off turn 2. Really tight to the back straight as Holder goes second in front of Kurtz. Now tries to send one down the inside, but Karsmar has the advantage over Holder with Kurtz in third spot. And it was the two Australians could have been tussling, but in fact as Holder again tries to move down the inside, it's Rafael Karsmar out in front.
Yeah, Holder's got to watch himself a little bit. He is tacking that inside. It's a bit ruddy down there with Karsmar out in front. He's riding that mid-track, or just I should say offline, which is going to give him a nice cushy ride. And the Holder stayed away from it there, but it's vulnerable if you ride on that inside, I believe.
We saw Karsmar just go through the tapes in his first ride, so we didn't see what he was capable of, but now we are seeing that, and we're generally seeing the foals going well here on home territory this evening. He leads on to his last lap, the rider in blue, Jack Holder in yellow. I think Brady Kurtz riding rather conservatively in third place. We know he's riding with rib damage. He'll be looking for as many points as he can muster here this evening, but there's no stopping Rafael Karsmar, the wild card. He wins the race with Jack Holder in second place. Third for Brady Kurtz in Heat 8. Edouard Krutschmar will finish at the back, but he suffered some kind of issue on the first lap and went really wide on turns 1 and 2, and he doesn't score. But Rafael Karsmar, the wild card for the event, and getting himself a race victory out of Heat 8 ahead of the Australian duo Jack Holder and Brady Kurtz. Karsmar the winner, Holder second, Kurtz third, and Krutschmar at the back.
Yeah, we never really mentioned Karsmar in that race, did we, when we were building it up right there? The two Australians with Kurtz on the inside and Holder on the outside. But a really nice start from Rafael to get himself into that first corner. Here we're looking at Jack Holder from that gate 4 position, trying to claim track position, especially with his fellow Australian on the inside. Bradley Kurtz riding with a rib injury, as you've noted, Dave. Looks like he just wanted to survive the way the track is fairly demanding. But as the race continued on, the speed that these boys were gaining on this fairly large speedway track, the start's important, but having the speed and attacking the racetrack is equally as important the way the conditions are.
That was a bold move by Jack Holder.
Yeah, just to get, I mean, he was in the right position from gate 4. You're up in the high line. You got to keep all your options open. You get your wheels in line first coming off of turn 2. It's going to hopefully generate a bit more speed. And by the time you get to turn 3, it was slight there, but Kurtz was giving him a bit of room. It's wide enough there for him, but he had to really kind of knock it down, did Holder, to slow the bike down a little bit. As by the time he got the full speed going into turns 3 of the first lap.
Rafał Kaczmarz, just 18 years of age, Gorzów youngster, born in
Sponsorem
Gorzów.
transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski. Firma kurierska GLS.
So 2 rides completed for all the competitive, well, I say 2 rides completed, several of them haven't actually completed them, but of the ones who are up top, 2 riders on maximum points. Robert Lambert and Maxim Drabik both on 6 points apiece. Max Frick and Dominik Kubera have 5. Jack Holder has 4, and then Verena, Kurt, Smektala and Kaczmarz, they've all got 3 from the early stages. A reminder that top 8 go through to the semi-finals.
Super important to get in that top 8 if you can. The way the series is going to be building up, I'm looking forward to it. You know, this is the first round, and we noted the fact that possibly, you know, if you get into the high 30s scoring overall, you probably got an opportunity of winning it overall. So if that's the goal that they've set themselves, as we've kind of overlooked everything, seeing what possibly could happen, double figures in every round is probably the target.
Yeah, I mentioned the sort of scoring that took place last year when Max Frick picked up 46 points and actually finished 6 points clear at the end. He scored 12 at Kings Lynn, a big 18 at Pardubice and 16 at Gdansk. He didn't win any of those individual rounds, but he did finish in the top 3 every time. So that's really emphasises the point. Make the final, give yourself 7 rides a meeting, and he was the only one who did that. The rest of them are all Pieszek, who came second, only made 1 final. Robert Lambert, who came third, only made 1 final. So you've got to make sure you give yourself the maximum number of rides.
You know, and you really won't know that for at least after the first round and then the second round going into it, because if there happens to be some of the big guys, you know, not performing as well, it kind of gives you a little bit more of a cushion. But starting off the series in the first round, which everything's kind of come good, isn't it? Look at the weather now. The track looks nice. There's no excuses really for the guys. You don't want to have any mechanical gremlins, which some of the riders are. You got to go out there and do your best. And so far,
wracamy do Poznania na pełen przygód. Pierwszy finał indywidualnych Mistrzostw Świata Juniorów. Ze mną Robert Lambert. Robert, first and most important thing, how do you feel? How is your health?
It's not so good at the moment, but I just need to grit my teeth and race.
Na ten moment nie jest za dobrze, mówi Robert Lambert, ale muszę zagryźć zęby i jechać dalej. So you had the problem with your wrist. Is it the same wrist that was broken?
Yeah, it's the same one, but I didn't help falling on a race before, and yeah, I just tweaked my hand as well, so not too good, but yeah, hopefully the pain don't get too bad in this meeting.
Cały czas startuję z niedoleczoną kontuzją nadgarstka, mówi Robert Lambert, i już w pierwszym biegu czułem ten nadgarstek, natomiast po upadku w drugim nie jest za ciekawie, natomiast mam nadzieję, że ten ból nie będzie na tyle duży, by uniemożliwić mu start w zawodach. You were complaining about this track before the meeting. Is it getting better?
Yeah, I think it's getting better every track grade, and I think at the end of the meeting it'll be perfect, but yeah, it's been so much rain today, and then they've done a great job to get the track as good as it is now.
Tor oczywiście nie jest idealny, mówi Robert Lambert, aczkolwiek spodziewa się, że na koniec tego wieczora będzie perfekcyjny. Natomiast póki co jeszcze nie jest. Pochwalił bardzo organizatorów, że przy tym całym deszczu, który spadł dzisiaj w Poznaniu, wykonali świetną robotę. So is it this track worse than during this crazy meeting between Kings Lynn and Poole?
Not so bad, but no, this is hard because there's lots of soft spots, and as you see, Casper, he caught the grippy part, which was soft, and I was in his path, so
yeah, we need to be careful as the riders, but at the same time race hard.
Zapytałem Roberta, czy ten tor był tak samo zły jak w tym słynnym szalonym meczu między King's Lynn a Poole 2 tygodnie temu. Powiedział, że nie, aż tak źle nie jest, ale jest wiele takich miękkich części, które spowodowały m.in. wypadek Kacpra Woryny, którego po prostu pociągnęło, wjechał w tą luźną nawierzchnię, no i obaj panowie skończyli na bandzie. Jak widzimy, Robert cały czas walczy. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Robert Lambert being extremely diplomatic, I believe, there, because the King's Lynn Poole meeting did attract plenty of headlines and plenty of talk, but more concern for him is going to be that wrist and hand.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're concerned about an injury and you're riding in a world championship, you know, you don't want to have any incidents that's going to affect your ability to ride your bike the way you want to. He played down the King's Lynn thing. I don't know exactly what was going on there, but you know, today he's focused on that, and that's exactly what he should be doing.
He is due to ride tomorrow for King's Lynn at Leicester, so they'll be keeping their fingers crossed that there's no lasting damage from that knock he's had. Heat number 9 is next up. Bartosz Smektala riding in red. There he is with 3 so far. Jack Holder in blue with 4. Kasper Warina, who's back after that crash with Lambert, he's in white with 3. And Max Frick in yellow with 5. So as we mentioned a while back, this is a lineup which looks fairly strong. These are definitely 4 riders who you could see figuring towards the end.
Yeah. What a fairly good lineup this would be. Frick coming from that outside gate, he's going to have to position himself quite reasonably in that first corner, but I believe there's 3 guys inside of him that are equally all in a good position to be able to win this heat number 9. A really good race coming up.
Smektala then comes into line off the inside. There's confirmation of the line. Smektala, Holder, Warina and Frick. And Frick, can he make it from the outside? It has been inside gates have mainly been the winner so far. The only one that wasn't was Lambert in the restarted race after Warina had been excluded. So let's see what we may get of heat number 9. Smektala, Holder, Warina and Frick at the start line. Green lights on now and away they go. And Frick off the outside made quite a good jump. Also there's Smektala from the inside. Frick's got across him. What a good ride by Max Frick to take the advantage. Frick leads Smektala with Holder in 3rd over Warina. And Warina, I think, got rather filled in there on the first turn. He's now some way behind, but Max Frick has the lead, was certainly showing his intentions in his previous ride, and he leads from Smektala, who we've seen tonight has got plenty of pace, but Max Frick is pulling clear.
Oh, what a perfect start from that outside gate. Max Frick just nailed that one perfect. Bike jump consistently, pulled him right into the mid-track, got his wheels in line coming down that back straight and is pulling away from him now.
Certainly is. Max Frick well clear and looking really good here. Second place is still Smektala, Jack Holder in 3rd and Warina out the back, and this one did promise some fireworks, which he hasn't really delivered at this stage with 1 lap to go, because it was such a good first bend by Frick. It had to be against quality opposition to make it from the outside gate. He's done just that. Jack Holder makes a mistake off turn 2, but still maintains 3rd place from Kasper Warina, but it's going to be Max Frick for his 2nd win of the meeting, and on to 8 points with that. Smektala in 2nd place, still scoring well. Holder in 3rd, and Warina, who won the opening race here, has now not added to his total his 2 races since, with an exclusion and then a last place. But Max Frick is now on to 8, and this is turning into quite a solid start to his defence of his title. Max Frick, the winner of Heat 9, and doing it in style from the outside gate. Looking forward to seeing that again. Smektala in 2nd place is riding nicely. Jack Holder in 3rd, and that moves him on to 5 points. Jack Holder along with Smektala, and Warina at the back is left on 3.
The pace of heat number 9 was right up there. Very good job there. To get out of the start by Max Frick from that outside gate, that bike just launched him. He never stopped driving all the way to the first corner. Smektala, you would think, would have got in there on the inside, might have had a chance to be able to put a dent into the driver, Max Frick, from the outside. As soon as Max got his wheels in line down that back straightaway, he just pulled away from the remainder 3 riders. And here's another view of his nice gate from the outside. Was able to comfortably get over the top of the remaining 3 riders and just controlled the race. That control through the first turn is what sealed the deal for him.
And Max Frick now, for the moment anyway, leads the meeting with 8 points, but Robert Lambert is back on track in Heat 10. He's got 6 out of 6, and we're targeting 9 in a lineup which features Kuchmar, who's only scored 1 point so far, Dimitri Berger, who's not scored so far and has not even made the first corner yet, and Alexander Ventin, who, as with Berger, is also yet to complete a race and managed to crash twice in his previous outing. So you would suspect that the odds are stacked in favour of Lambert here.
I would say so. You know, he's a second bike is going well. 3 points needed right now to put himself just in front of Max Frick, the Australian. Looking pretty good coming from gate number 2. I would agree with you that this is probably the race that you can't ever underestimate anybody, can you, really, in a world championship?
Anyone can make a start.
Absolutely. So, and you can have a gremlin of some sort. So the focus is don't get too confident. Get up there and do your job.
Down to nearly 30 seconds on the time, and waiting for Edouard Crutchmar to make his way onto the circuit. We're now under 30 seconds, and he's coming out now. Yeah. Edouard Crutchmar makes his way onto the circuit. The pits gate is closed, and the Czech rider is now on track, and only scored 1 so far, but picked up 19 in the series last year with a couple of 6s and a 7, so is certainly better than what we've seen so far this evening, with all kinds of difficulties. Crutchmar in red, Lambert in blue, Dimitri Berger, will that bike go in white off the start line, and Alexander Ventin goes in yellow. Heat number 10, halfway stage of the qualifying races, and away they go, and it's a good start by Crutchmar over Lambert. Crutchmar has it, Lambert goes round him on turns 1 and 2, and he leads from Crutchmar with Berger in third and Ventin out the back. Well, Crutchmar did make a good jump there off the inside gate, but Lambert did manage to get round him on turns 1 and 2, and he's now showing his form once again out front. Lambert over Crutchmar with Dimitri Berger in third place.
Yeah, Crutchmar was trying to get himself in front of Lambert. That would have been his only chance. He's having mechanical problems now by the time he gets around there. Not going good. Lambert out front. Lots of air between him and the third place rider, and that's very good. The Frenchman that finally got off the start line.
Crutchmar out of the equation, or he's now got the bike going again, so and he actually, with just over a lap to go, he still may recatch Ventin for third place. They're spread out all over the circuit here. Lambert well out in front, Berger in second place, Ventin in third, with Crutchmar's coming to a stop again, so he probably won't catch Ventin for now, although Ventin is very close to going down again on the top. Let's head back to turns 3 and 4 meanwhile, where Lambert is a clear winner. Trying to look everywhere around this track. Lambert's won it from Berger, and the race is on here for third place, and it's going to be just Ventin over an ailing Crutchmar to get third spot. Well, that was Speedway, but not as we know it, I think you could say, because there was action taking place, but not always in the same part of track. But Robert Lambert, injuries, bike troubles, bike damage aside, he has 9 out of 9 so far. It's a great start for Robert Lambert in terms of points to his World Under-21 Challenge. Lambert, the winner of Heat 10, over Dimitri Berger, with Alexander Ventin for a rather excitable third place over mechanically troubled Crutchmar.
Sometimes you got it all your own way, and sometimes you don't. With Crutchmar from that inside gate was hoping that he's going to get some clean air going through the first turn, but there's no chance of holding back Lambert, the Brit that gets himself out in front, and really enjoying the Speedway in this race, letting the bike do the business. And we can just see clearly right here how much business he had to do to get himself in that first corner. Quite easy for Robert Lambert. By the time he got down that back straightaway full speed, pretty easy sailing from that point on. The remainder 3 riders were just battling for the minor places the way it turned out.
It turned into a rather unusual battle after Crutchmar struck trouble there, and in the end Berger took the second, and the third did go to Alexander Ventin. There are tapes for Heat 11, and Rafael Kaczmarz has the inside here after an impressive win in his previous ride. There's Lambert back in the pits. He's certainly got the points. He's going to have the bruising to go with it after that crash in his previous outing with Verena. But Heat 11 sees Kaczmarz with a win for 3 points so far off the inside. Andreas Lager went better in his second ride. He's got 2 points in blue. Yevgenis Kostegov also with 2 in white, and Dominic Kubera 5 so far. He's in yellow.
Okay, race 11 coming to the start line, getting under the starting marshal's orders here. Everybody's kind of getting in positioning, thinking about it. The sun's still shining on them, and it's shining right on them at the start line.
It is, and there is Andreas Lager coming into line there in blue. Kubera is getting the applause of the crowd. He's the man in yellow off the outside here. We have seen people make it from the outside. Green lights on for race number 11, and a fairly even break, and Andreas Leager in blue made quite a good one, and he's got the advantage. That's trouble there for Kubera, who lifts, and the bike spectacularly goes clattering down the air fence. Kubera was away from the bike when it left, but it was still quite a heavy landing, and the rider in yellow goes into the fence. He's sat up now. I think he's hopefully going to be okay if winded. The bike took a very spectacular ride because the bike is some 10 yards further down the track than he is, but thankfully it didn't take anybody with him, and Kubera will unfortunately be excluded there.
Yeah, Kubera did make a good jump, and it looked like he was going to have an opportunity to kind of follow in the footsteps of Frick, the Australian that made it off of 4 earlier. But as soon as he turned the bike, that little bit of ease off the bike and maybe not your body position was able to let the back wheel grab a lot of traction and just jerk him straight, and you then had to let go. You can see right now just leaning off the bike, and as soon as he got himself there, the bike lifted. He's in the wrong position on it, had to let the bike go, ditch the bike, let the air fence cushion his land. He's still on the ground. I just see them waving their arms up. I guess they want the ambulance.
I think I'm hoping that's a thumbs up.
Okay.
I'm hoping that's a thumbs up. They were both, but it's hard to be absolutely sure about that. So we'll wait and see. The ambulance is up on the up in the pits area, and well, we hope that's not required for Dominic Kubera, who was going well with 5 points from Charles. But unfortunately, I think they are going to bring out the. Well, there he is. You can see what he thinks of it. Very unhappy. I don't think that he will be keen to take an ambulance ride. They're actually bringing they're moving a tractor out around the back, but I think that they are going to bring the ambulance on track. But hopefully that is just to take him back. He wasn't looking very happy at all on the track, but the ambulance is now unfortunately making its way onto the circuit to attend to Dominic Kubera.
Well, he was sitting up, wasn't he? So.
Yeah, he was sitting up. There's Leager walking in, but only one rider involved in the crash. And as I say, it could have been worse on the basis that he didn't go in with the bike. He let the bike go, and the bike went some way down. But they've now moved. You can see there the ambulance has just been moved in front of him, and there he is. So he is going to walk into the ambulance.
Nice.
I'm not actually. Is he going to walk into the ambulance or not? I rather got the impression he wasn't that keen to go in the ambulance at all. But it may be the easiest way back.
Oh, right.
So hopefully, well, you've seen him up on his feet and walking into the ambulance. That's a positive sign, and hopefully that will just be going to take him back to the pits. And who knows? Hopefully he can carry on in the meeting. So getting a good round of applause from the fans on the back straight as he makes his way back. They're going to have to do some more running repairs to the fence down there. It's not quite the same section. It's about 2 or 3 sections on from the one that was hit by Verena and Lambert in the earlier tangle. But the replacement air fence part is on its way around now. I mentioned we saw this last year, particularly at Kings Lynn in the opening round. You do tend to get incidents in these sorts of meetings, but just a shame there, because if he got that right, Kubera, he could have absolutely slingshot his way past Kazmars and taken the lead.
Yeah, well, it looked like he was on his way. The start he made, from our view, he jumped everybody, and it looked like he had about a half a wheel over the top of guys, and that's really pretty much all you need from 4. So he's got that half a wheel. Now he's got a bike link. He gets in the corner. His only challenge was going to be off the inside, but he just, that's the nature of the roundness of the racetrack, you know, when you're going through it, and the little grooves that are in it from the earlier patching up the track, it'll grab you and throw you a little bit wide, and if you're not aware of that, it's going to bite you every time, and that's the experience of, we've seen Max Frick. He did the same thing, but he was dominant, wasn't he? He really laid it into the corner, kept the bike down on the ground. By the time he got to turn 3, he had full speed. He is aware of it and can ride mid-track, but when you're building up your speed, the gearing of these bikes, it's still loaded going through that first corner.
Is there anything you can do once the bike lifts? Is that all you can do to? Can you solve any particular issue there? I mean, once it lifts, is that over?
The idea of it is you got to have the confidence to see it through. He made the start. He's throwing his kind of body over the back wheel of the bike to get maximum traction going into the corner. You got to be able to pull yourself over the top of the bike, but let the back end loosen up a little bit to get it to start sliding. and at the same time you want to be going forward. So it's a combination that even the best of riders get it wrong, but the idea of it is to get your body back over the top of the bike, so when it does start to find its traction as the wheel's spinning and start to find a little bit of the forward momentum you want, you got to be steering the bike in the right way. And he basically grabbed too much. There's probably those little grooves, grabbed the tire and made it a little inconsistent, then his body weight, it's the throttle off a little bit, and that's what happens. You become a passenger after that.
Here's some of the action from the earlier part of the meeting. We've seen pretty much a bit of everything so far tonight. After the track work to get the circuit into a raceable condition, we have seen first bend action. We've seen some really good first bends as well, and generally most of the meeting favourites have got themselves up towards the front of the standings at this stage. The track work is continuing on the, or I should say the fence work is continuing to get the fence repaired.
You know, it's interesting, the actual interviewee that was interviewing Robert Lambert, and he mentioned to him about Lambert had a voice about how the track was going to be. I didn't see, I mean, it's a world championship, number one. Like I mentioned to you at the top of the show, the riders are preparing mentally as well as they got everything else done with the mechanical side of things. They missed their practice yesterday because of the bad weather. They get to the race meeting and you're thinking, oh, it's raining, it's 4:45, and the rain hasn't stopped. I'm not really going to be happy with anything because it's not going to be fair. But then the sun did come out slowly after the turn of the hour of number 5, and we get ourselves into a position where they're grading it, and it's looking pretty good. How can he really have an opinion, or is that maybe something that he's picked up on from the...
Well, you must...
something to do with what happened at Kings Lynn.
Well, yeah, I mean, he to be fair to him, he didn't bring that up himself, but...
No. But why would they throw that at him? Is what I'm saying.
Well,
Did he say something earlier?
I think because obviously the Kings Lynn incident. He's the captain of Kings Lynn, and it is well known. It is very clear. You only have to look at social media to know that there are Kings Lynn riders who are not happy with the track on that night. Now, Paul in that meeting did what any away team does when the home track aren't happy with conditions. They put themselves into a corner, waited for it all to happen, and then went out and got their points to win the meeting. But Robert Lambert, a youngster, is the captain of Kings Lynn in a situation where Chris Holder, a far more experienced rider, has now landed himself a 28-day ban from British Speedway. That's a real talking point because he alleged to have withdrawn or threatened to withdraw from a meeting. Troy Batchelor didn't complete it either due to injury. So he found himself in the middle of a crossfire, I think, in that situation, and he was the captain of the club. So it's probably not a situation you want to be in.
So basically, the social network has caught on to these things.
It went into overdrive.
Yeah, there you go. So it went into overdrive, and we got the situation where Lambert's in the position of maybe he could have been making his voice known that maybe the conditions here could not be fair for a world championship. First round starting of 3. I'm going to go out there, but yet, you know, the track is big, and my experience on a big track, and I'm sure that that would echo down that the track is going to be good. I thought it was going to be good from the word go. When I seen the conditions of the track when we walked it earlier on, before they had the opportunity of letting the sun shine on it a little bit and get the equipment on it, I thought this track was good. Now, it might not have been great if we would have took out there and did a race and then had to do 2 or 3 more races and the rain came, but man, I think this circuit is well.
But one thing you know when you are involved in an FIM competition, whether it's the Grand Prix or this or an FIM Euro competition such as the Speedway Euro Championship, you know that even if the conditions are bad when you get there, the organisers are going to do everything they can to get that meeting on in the time window they have to get it on. Nobody wants, ideally, to come back the next day. It affects league matches, it forces other rearrangements, and whereas some league matches will just get called off and rearranged for 3 months down the line, these meetings, unless the weather is absolutely horrendous, and you couldn't have considered riding during the monsoon we had mid-afternoon, but once it cleared, everyone will make the effort to get it on.
Yeah, and they have done that, so, you know, fair play. He's gone out there and he's scoring the points now, isn't he? He's unbeaten so far, and it's nice to see the Brits actually attacking this big just under 400-meter racetrack. I keep saying that because there are not very many of the big 400-meter racetracks left. They've kind of on the continent there are, but some of the stuff that Lambert's probably riding on a regular basis aren't that big.
Interesting, the work is being done on two bikes there in the Lambert pit, so they're obviously trying to get right the one that was bent in the crash, and of course a further delay like this does help in that respect. It slows the meeting down, gives you more time.
And usually you have all your spares in the van, waiting to go for incidents like this, or they're robbing parts off of maybe the third bike, which was maybe something that they'd avoid riding, but in the chance that they had to, or maybe it's a specialist kind of setup, and that's not needed today.
Well, there's further pit shot. I can tell you that the air fence looks like it's nearly done up on the apex of turns 1 and 2. I think they're nearly there with that. But Verina, it's clearly that we've talked a lot about Lambert, but that crash, Verina, has also hampered him because he was a clear winner of his first ride, but then that happened, and then whatever changes he had to make to his setup for his third outing didn't work because he ran in last place.
Yep, and it's not good to start off with the win and things just go backwards for you. So it's a hard competition at the best of times, but to stay in that top 8 to make sure you're in continue on scoring points when it comes to the semifinals and the final, it's pretty much important. There's 2 more races for Verina to get back those points, and he could finish off with 9 if he goes out and wins his next 2.
Saw Neil Vatcher chipping in with Team Lambert. Is Robert Lambert's mum Helen also there, and a couple of mechanics too, so a real team effort to get him on track in the best possible condition. Here's the work that's being carried out, and it does tend to happen that when riders crash, quite often they actually manage to go right in between. They end up taking more than one panel out.
Jack, as you speak outside the cameras, you said that the track is not that bad, as many riders say.
Yeah, it's a little bit, if you're in front, it's probably no worries. You can ride where you want, but when you're behind, it's a bit tricky going into the corners because so much loose dirt, and there's a few ridges here and there, so I just haven't got any fresh air yet, so hopefully you can come in the next few heats.
Wszystko jest w porządku, gdy jedziesz z przodu. Trochę podstępnie zaczyna się robić, gdy jedziesz za innymi zawodnikami, mówi Jack Holder, ponieważ wtedy są takie podstępne miejsca, jest bardzo dużo luźnej nawierzchni. I would like to ask you about the suspension of your brother. What do you think about that?
It's pretty silly, but the track was pretty dangerous. It was stupidly grippy, but it was that grippy, still boot wouldn't slide, and that's saying something with a rider of that capability of my brother. So us pool boys only rode because the Kings Lynn boys didn't want to go out. So and we were only rolling around. We weren't racing around, that's for sure.
Zapytałem Jacka, co sądzi o zawieszeniu, tym miesięcznym zawieszeniu Chrisa Holdera. Jack powiedział, że jest to głupie, ponieważ tamta nawierzchnia na meczu w Kings Lynn była niedorzecznie wręcz przyczepna. Łyżwa nie miała poślizgu, było tak właśnie przyczepnie. No i wygrali ten mecz Pool Pirate, czyli ekipa Jacka, ponieważ gospodarze, czyli Kings Lynn, po prostu nie chcieli tam jechać, było to zbyt niebezpieczne. Does the fact that Chris has 2 silver medals motivates you even more to gain gold in under 21?
Yeah, of course. It'd be good to win, it's everyone's dream to be world champion, no matter what. So, I'd love to win it just for myself. I'm going good at the moment, so hopefully everything can click and we'll see what happens at the last 2 rounds.
Zapytałem Jacka, czy fakt, że jego starszy brat ma 2 srebrne medale, motywuje go jeszcze bardziej do tego, żeby gonić za złotem. Odpowiedział, że oczywiście przede wszystkim dla siebie chce wygrać to złoto, natomiast 2 rundy jeszcze przed nim i da z siebie wszystko. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Well, certainly British Speedway can never be accused of being in a goldfish bowl because everyone wants to hear everyone's opinions on Kings Lynn against Poole, which was 10 days ago, and really Jack Holder is there summing up exactly what we were saying. When you're the away team, you listen to the arguments taking place on the opposite side and you get on with it.
He said exactly all the questions I had. He answered them all in that statement. You did say exactly the same thing, but coming from an away rider going to Kings Lynn, and especially with Chris Holder saying that you can't turn the bike and it's hard to put your foot down, clearly that Jack was not happy with the conditions as well. Anytime a racer's not happy with conditions, whether it's the home team or the away team, it's dangerous enough. You don't want to have the element of a bad track, but Kings Lynn can be very intimidating at the best of times, but it's also one of the really great tracks if it's working for you.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen some fantastic meetings at Kings Lynn over the years, and that night when obviously the rain came down was unfortunate, and I don't know, maybe some people would think that perhaps it shouldn't have continued, but we have seen good stuff at Kings Lynn, and this has actually staged the meeting in this series last year as well when the track was absolutely great. There were just lots of incidents to it that caused it to be a long-running night. As far as this night is concerned, Dominic Kivera some time ago crashed on the first and second bend of heat number 11. He's back in the pits and hopefully he'll be able to continue. He has been excluded from the race, and after the fence repairs have been completed, we have 3 riders at the start line for the rerun, with Kausmars going in red off the inside, Andreas Lager going in blue, and Yevgenis Kostagos going in white. There are the 3 at the start line, and 3, 2 and 2 respectively across the gate. 2-minute warning counting down, and the riders coming into line. Restart of heat 11, so we're approaching the point where they've all completed 3 rides here in Poznań. Other riders are watching on from the pits at this restart. Away they go, and lifting is Kausmars. They all get to the bend together. A bit of elbows going in, and it looks like Leaga has the lead. It's very tight, very tough there on the bend. Shooting through is Kostagos going past Kausmars into turn 3, and now Kausmars going square on turn 3 and 4 as well. He's got trouble, and he is now well behind. But Andreas Leaga here has the advantage over Kostagos in second. They're really picking up some drive there off that second bend, and Andreas Leaga out front.
Yeah, I would say we just kind of got the next set of riders that are just coming to terms with the racetrack. It is still very demanding for the style of these riders now. Going in the corners, a bit vulnerable the whole time through the corner, not wanting to bike the rear, just kind of trying to settle down and get the 4 laps completed.
And on the 3rd lap, Andreas Leaga has the lead round turns 3 and 4. He's being chased all the way here by Kostagos. Kausmars is in 3rd, but going at walking pace pretty much. He'll just come round to pick up the 3rd place. The race is on out front. It should be Leaga, who had a poor first ride, got in trouble on turns 1 and 2, but has now managed to bounce back, it would seem, with 5 points from his next 2. A win for Andreas Leaga out of heat number 11. He wins it from Yevgenis Kostagos, and coming through for 3rd after a rather fraught race was Rafael Kausmars, who won his previous ride, but only picks up 1 point there from the rerun of heat number 11. So useful points there for Andreas Leaga. He moves on to 5 for the meeting, and also Kostagos now has 4, as does Rafael Kausmars, also on 4 points, and that 4-5 point mark is pretty much the edge of top 8 qualification at the moment. Andreas Leaga, the winner of heat 11, Yevgenis Kostagos in 2nd, and Rafael Kausmars go in 3rd.
I would say that after they got the 4 laps done, that Leaga just finally got the grips of the track. You know, out of the start, he made that count. Coming from gate 2, got himself into the first corner. It was a little bit touch and go, I would say, the way they were getting to, a little tentative getting to the first corner. But as each lap kept getting on, he got a little bit more confident and let the bike do the work a little bit more. Just got over the top of it. Here he is making the start. That's pretty much what got him into position to win this race.
Good stuff then from Leaga. I said it's quite tough on that 1st and 2nd turn, especially when they all get there together, and there's a good move by Kostagos to go 2nd.
Yeah, it's important to get there and make sure you use every option you possibly can do, because if you're not on the tap the whole time, that means the throttle full on, hitting through these corners. If you roll off a little bit, the bike starts directing your position, and it gets you in all kinds of trouble.
Heat 12 is next up, and this will complete 3 rides apiece. Patrick Hansen will be going in red, 2 so far, 2 points so far. Brady Kurtz in blue with 3. The unbeaten Maxim Drabic in white, and Lucas Bienhager goes in yellow. They're all up at tapes now, and the rider in white, Maxim Drabic, the unbeaten man so far.
Here he goes, his opportunity to keep it clean. He's got to get it from Maxim Drabic coming from gate number 3. That's a really good run through the first corner. If you don't have any conflicts on the inside of you, you can actually get in there with mid-track, and coming off of turns 2, should be in a good position, but it's important to make the start.
Indeed, and waiting for Brady Kurtz to come into line on gate 2 in the blue helmet colour, which he does now, and we have the 4 into line for heat 12. Hansen, Kurtz, Drabic and Bienhager go for Brady Kurtz just looking at his bike there as he went into line, but I think all appears okay. Heat 12 then gets underway, and Brady Kurtz in blue just has the lead, very tight on the first bend indeed. Around the outside, great ride by Drabic to get the advantage over Kurtz, and Bienhager goes 3rd over Patrick Hansen. They'll battle round turns 3 and 4, but Drabic looking a class act here. He has the advantage. It was a good first bend scrap, and Brady Kurtz looked like he got the lead in the early stages, but Maxim Drabic took it round the outside. He has the advantage. Kurtz in 2nd and Bienhager in 3rd.
Yeah, Kurtz is looking behind him just to make sure he's protecting that 2nd place. You're right about about Dravik. He's just made the start. He had to work hard in the first corner, but cleanly he's got the pace now. He's out in front, pulling away from the other three.
Maxim Dravik attacking the track and looking very good indeed. The race is on for third place with Patrick Hansen trying to get at Feenhagen here around turns 3 and 4, trying to force him offline. Dravik is well out in front. They start the half lap. Comfortable second here for Brady Kurtz, once again accumulating points, but in third place, my word, Patrick Hansen trying to send one down the inside of Feenhagen there, and they came very close to contact. It didn't happen, thankfully. Around the final turn, it's going to be Maxim Dravik making it 3 out of 3 on one wheel. Dravik wins it over Brady Kurtz with Feenhagen in third, and really racing hard there in Heat 12, and the dust beginning to kick up as well. But Maxim Dravik, who is very much a contender for overall series glory this season in the Under-21 Championship, well, he has started off in the best possible way with 3 wins out of 3. Confirmation, Dravik wins Heat 12, Brady Kurtz in second place, and Lucas Feenhagen held off Patrick Hansen for third.
Yeah, the Australian Bradley Kurtz coming from gate number 2 with the blue helmet, with Maxim Dravik from 3, both trying to get to that first corner first, and it was pretty well dominated by Dravik. When he got through the corner, he had to lean in a little bit just to make sure he sealed the deal. Now, if Kurtz would have made any mistakes from those ruts, there might have been some more carnage there, but we know that Kurtz is riding with a bit of rib injury, so I think he was tentatively trying to get in there. If he would have cleanly got out in front, he would have attacked a little bit harder, but Dravik knew exactly what he wanted. By the time he got into this next corner here, he had a comfortable lead and just carried on attacking the racetrack, which is exactly what you got to be doing. The clouds are coming in a little bit now. The track will hold its moisture a little bit on the track gradient, but still good action in heat number 12. I
think Kurtz is riding quite sensibly here. He's not doing anything daft on a circuit, which is tricky, especially when you're carrying a knot. What he's doing is picking up points, and he's making sure that, okay, he's probably not going to be in the series lead, but he's going to have himself in a reasonable situation from a difficult position going into the meeting.
It's important if you're riding with injuries to not re-injure yourself again, and
Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS.
So with the tractors going round after 3 rides apiece and a bit of suede blaring out over the PA system, and a tremendous song it is too, by the way, beautiful one, it's a good one from about 20 years ago. Anyway, the situation is that Robert Lambert and Maxim Dravik have both got 9 points so far, both unbeaten. Max Frick is on 8. They are the clear leaders at this stage because everybody else has had difficulties along the way. Brady Kurtz 5. Made through a couple of seconds and a third. 5 points with race wins. Andreas Lajaga, Dominic Kubera, they've got 5 apiece, but Kubera crashed in his previous ride. Smektala, Holder and Kurtz have all accumulated 5 points with a combination of seconds and thirds. They are the top 8 as things stand. Rafael Kazmarts and Yevgenis Kostikovs, they have both got 4. Kasper Verina has got 3. So we do have 3 clear leaders so far in Lambert, Dravik and Frick with 9, 9 and 8 at this stage, and then it's a case of who's going to make it through to the semis from the riders around the 3, 4, 5 point mark.
So it's winding out to be a good meeting so far. You know what, the track hasn't been too bad to the riders. I think it just comes down to probably the quality of the riders on these kind of racetracks. You know, there'll be good ones that'll be used to it, some that won't be. But the ones that are out in front top that you just mentioned are the ones that are shining and are probably going to be the ones that are going to be chasing right to the end, I would say.
Kubera is due out in Heat 13, so hopefully he'll be okay after crashing in Heat 11. He will have the track grade to get himself ready. He's not had an extended interval to get bike or man repaired, so let's hope that he's going to be okay. They are just doing some work. It's quite noticeable when they're grading. There are a couple of people, one member of staff out there on the track. You can see there on the first bend, just looking at things. It has caused a few issues for riders, particularly on the first turn. We saw the Verina crash with Lambert and also the Kubera crash down there. So they're just taking care of the track grade down there. But no great concerns, no great alarms, and hopefully heat 13 won't be too far away.
Yeah, and the one to look forward to are the two front runners at this stage is heat number 15, and they both come off of
Trubik and Lambert go off gates 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's it, off 3 and 4, both on 9 points when they meet in that heat number 15, and throw Jack Holder in on the inside for good measures, and it isn't a bad race.
Should be a good one, that, no question about that. Tractors still going round. I can tell you that Kasper Verina will be in yellow in heat 13, and he's already ready to get on the track. He's fairly keen to make amends for his last couple of rides, but they're just completing the track work here. The sun has gone in. We mentioned slightly cloudier skies, but generally it's still a blue sky scene here, in complete contrast to the early to mid-afternoon. But the sun has just gone behind the clouds, so it's not quite as blisteringly hot as it was. But the track grading is being completed, and then we'll be underway with the 4th round of races. Since
they're just grading the track now after the 12 heats, this is heat 13 and heat 14 and 15. Now, when we get to that, call it the battle of the two leaders, heat 15, we would have had 2 races on the freshly groomed track, which they're preparing now. And they'll be coming from the outside gate, so there'll be they'll take that on board, the riders do, because they got to know the track position during and after grading. So 2 races on the track. By the time they get into their heat, there'll be a little bit of a berm and a little bit of a line on the high line, if you know what I mean. So both those riders, I'm sure, will be aware of the fact that gates 3 and 4 might be the better gates at that point. So you'll want to make sure that the guy on gate 4, which would be Lambert, he doesn't get to the first turn first over Drevik, which will be trying to get in there as well. It's going to be a highly contested race, I would say, even though they're both unbeaten, that's obvious, but chasing the right line in the first corner.
They're both going to want to get the points, obviously. It may come down to the two of them chasing the title between each other, and every time they meet, it's not just the possibility of beating each other, it's effectively a 2-point swing, because you score. You beat the other rider, you take 1 point off him as well. So there's effectively 2 points there in it if you come first and second.
The psychological side of it plays its part as well too, because when it gets down to the end of the championship, and if the one's beat the one every time, then it's really hard to overcome that, isn't it? So, everybody starts fresh on a new race, but once you got those brownie points built up, your competitor then starts to doubting themselves, and that just might be the edge you need to win a world championship.
We're expecting Lambert to be strong in Gustro, but bearing in mind it's still several weeks away. We're now in late July, but the second round isn't until the 8th of September, so you've got a full 6 weeks of busy times, league racing, all sorts going on, and a lot can change between now and then.
And we also know too, the draw at Gustrov could be play its part as well. If you happen to be on 2 doubles, 2 of your races that you get back, you get one.
But we've seen gates 1 and 4 generally are the best.
Yeah, and 2 was a really was a bogey one last time.
Yeah.
So this to say he draws, he's got 2 number gate 2s, and it happens to be the bogey track again. You have to overcome that to be the best rider of the night, or squeeze into a semi-final position, and hopefully you get the better gate picks.
So we're on track for heat 13, the 4th round of races, and it's going to be Lucas Fienhager going in red here.
Heat number 13 in the red helmet color from Germany, Lucas Fienhager. Number 1. Gate number 2 in blue helmet color from Czech Republic, Edward Krčmar. Gate number 3 in the white helmet.
So 2 1-point scores.
Yeah, just confirming that Kubera is there.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Sam. Sorry.
No, you go. No,
just confirming that Kubera was okay to ride, which he is. So Fienhager, Krčmar, Kubera, and Marina is the lineup. The work is being taken place on the machine of Krčmar, and he has had issues so far tonight. So there he is, coming back round to the start line. So Fienhager there in red with 1 point so far. Krčmar in blue also with 1. Kubera with 5 back after the crash in his previous ride. He's in white, and Verina goes in yellow with 3.
Fienhager on the inside, he's not really scored any points at all. Whether or not he's going to be able to make use of that inside gate. Yet to see Edward Kirschmar right alongside him again with only 1 point. So the two dominant riders on the outside, but Leona can do something from gate 4. They just graded the racetrack. There's not that little lip on the outside line to be able to get that extra drive through the first and second corner. So it looks like it might be going in Caballero's favor here, I would say, off of gate 3.
Well, this will be interesting to see if the two more established riders, certainly in case of tonight's meeting, can make it from gates 3 and 4. Might be a clue for what happens in that big gate 15 that you've flagged up to us. So let's see what happens in 13. Fienhager, Kuchma, Kibera and Marina at the start line. And away we go, and it's Kibera in white who gets to the first bend in front, and he gets round safely as well. Marina gets round the outside of Kuchma into second place. So Kibera has the lead from Marina, with Kuchma third and Fienhager out the back. And Dominic Kibera, who scored 5 points for his first 2 rides, then crashed in his third ride. Could be a costly mistake, but Casper Marina way out of shape and heavily into and lands on top of the air fence.
Oh boy.
And ends up on the top, and he's perfectly okay. Well, that's a stunt trick if you can do it. Goodness me.
Jeez, the airbag worked, but the rider was on top of it all, and boy.
Wow. Casper Marina ends up on the wrong side of the fence, on top of the fence, and will now walk and assess the damage.
So that's that track is still biting the riders. You know, it's it's just difficult at the best of times, but it's still catching these young lads out.
Well, he's perfectly okay. That's the main thing.
Absolutely.
I mean, that could be a heck of a lot worse in that situation when you're heading skywards. We're going to need a few more repairs, and there you can see, just to indicate my point, it's taken out two layers of air fence. Here we go. Here's what happened.
Yeah,
yellow.
You know, when you get in the corner and there's no right or wrong, it's just the bike grabs traction once, and he tries to ride it out. Finally, he's running out of room. He did a good job getting over the top of the bike and over top of the fence. It actually wasn't. It didn't look as painful as it could have been. He's mad, frustrated as heck. Absolutely. Just in the wrong position on the bike. You know, there's just, you got to be on the gas more. Oh, nice to see he's got away with that one pretty cleanly. Yeah.
Well, it's good that we're not laughing about it, but there is a, you know, it's.
That was dangerous enough right there. Yeah.
And you know, from the position where you're lifting, you're thinking, oh no, when you see him riding into the fence, and you're thinking, in the end, the way he landed, thank goodness, because you can see he's okay, but that's the second crash he's had in that sort of area of track.
And it plays on your mind too as a rider. You know, it can, you know, it's a part of the racetrack that you feel vulnerable, and if you're not attacking it or over the front of the bike hard enough with the throttle on, keeping that back wheel spinning through the rough parts of the track, there's confirmation right there that he's definitely excluded, but we knew that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was always going to be the verdict, and the track's not busy down there because they've now got more work to do on the air fence. Other boys back in the pits, and well, they're all. I think they may have seen the replays that we've seen, but it's a tough night, and it's one to get through, isn't it? It's one to make sure that you don't end up in a difficult situation, and just look at the messes made of the air fence.
Yeah, and folding a new fence to put up.
Good job, they've got plenty of spare parts.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. So Casper on his way back in. That's his second exclusion of the meeting, and he's got one ride to come where he's off the inside in heat 17 against Kausmars, Berger and Drabik in heat 17, and Bartosz Smektana coming out just to have a quick chat. Suzanne Huttiger is the referee, having had a rather stressful day, and is probably asking how long these repairs are going to take down there. Obviously, we were told before the meeting that the latest time it could start would be around 6 o'clock here in Poland. It's now 7:30, and that's simply because of the light. There's no problem with the light at the moment. Although the sun's gone in, we've still got blue skies everywhere. So there's no big issue there. But obviously, it is a rather stop-start meeting with all these incidents. And Casper Marina gets his helmet colour back. That's about all he's going to get back from that particular incident as he walks in, and the other riders wait for a restart, which is going to be a bit of time away yet, because there's quite a bit to do down there on turn 2.
Do we know what the forecast is weather-wise? Because there's some dark clouds in the distance, but nothing coming. We can't see them right over us, but in the distance they're getting darker.
Shall we check the handy weather app?
There you go. The track probably couldn't afford much rain if it did start coming down because it's got such a shiny groove on the inside. But we're close anyway.
We're mostly cloudy with thunderstorms. Well, that's what we had earlier. So yeah, after 8 o'clock there is a risk of more rain coming in. So obviously we would want to get to heat 16. That would be quite important. We would want to get 4 more in. So there's no dramatic threat at the moment, but we could do with the track work not taking too long. They have to get the air barrier perfectly placed, perfectly ready in case somebody else hits the same trouble. And the track has been difficult for the riders. There's no especially that's been the main trouble there. I think around this turns 3 and 4 they've done okay, haven't they? And we've seen them sweeping out wide, not with any great drama, and they've pulled some nice lines off it. But on that first and second turn, that's been the really tricky one.
I think when you want to break it down on the riders that are actually attacking it, you can actually visually see them, right over the top of the bike, really tucking it in tight. Those are the riders that will get through those kind of inconsistent part of the racetrack. But because it's such a fast track, and when the corners are fairly tight coming into turns 1, it kind of peels in.
Your health, does your rib injury affect you in any way?
Yeah, of course. I'm not having very good meeting at all, and I thought I would be fine to race, but the track conditions are just so bad, and it's just not good for me at all. But I'll just ride around and get the points that I can.
Spodziewałem się, że nieco lepiej będzie mi to szło, mówi Brady Kurtz, który zmaga się cały czas z niezaleczoną kontuzją żebra. Niestety warunki torowe nie pozwalają mi na jazdę tak szybko, jak bym sobie tego życzył. You said your main goal is the medal. Who do you think will be the strongest opponent to do so? Will it be Max Frick or Robert Lambert or the Poles?
How do you know? There's so many guys in under 21 that can beat each other, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see for the rest of the rounds.
W stawce jest tylu dobrych zawodników, że nie da się wskazać jednego, czy 2, czy nawet 3, którzy będą najsilniejszymi konkurentami do medalu, mówi Brady Kurtz. Dlatego trzeba jeszcze poczekać. When do you expect to be fully healed?
Maybe two more weeks, or I hope so. But I just have to wait and see. There's not really much I can do to make it faster or anything, and I just hope I'll be 100% for the next round.
Spodziewam się, że za 2-3 tygodnie będę w pełni zdrowy, mówi Brady Kurtz. Niestety nie mogę zrobić absolutnie nic, by przyspieszyć ten proces, dlatego pozostaje mi wierzyć, że na rundę w Gostrów już wszystko będzie ze mną ok. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
So Brady Kurtz, and we said before, it's a difficult time for him on a track like this, and he basically summed it up. He's riding for points. He's going out every time. He's not doing anything too daft. He's picking up seconds and thirds where he can. He's keeping himself in the meeting and in the series as a whole, making sure he's got something to take to the last 2 rounds when hopefully he will be fully fit.
He's voiced exactly his position, and we can see that on the racetrack. He says the track's difficult, so that sense to be what they're talking about, aren't they? We've heard it a couple times now. It doesn't look that bad from my visual, but it's obviously biting the riders at the wrong time, and it's only the ones that are confident, I think, that are getting through it.
I thought it was quite interesting when they did the work at the start. We got here, there was standing water, puddles, they were sweeping water off it, but then they went round with the tractor and the harrow and whatever, and it completely, it didn't rip it up, but it completely redistributed material, and the track looked totally different. Then they went round packing it, and again it looked completely different after that. Anything different they could have done?
I wouldn't have liked to say that. I'm not the expert at it, but looking at what I seen when we got here, there was definitely probably softer spots on the racetrack than other spots. And we witnessed a couple of them whenever we went down, and you walked with me and I kicked the ground. It was quite hard, but I did identify in parts of the corners where it was a bit softer. Not very deep. I would say no more than probably 20 or 30 centimeters that it felt like you can dig down to, but there was other parts that were really hard. So when they graded it and fluffed up probably 2 centimeters of the material and then relaid it, that probably gave it a bit of a chance to make it all the same. It's just there's some parts in the corner that are obviously a little bit deeper, and that's what's affecting the riders. And the nature of the track, if you look at how with
Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS.
Back to the track conditions. If you look at the shape from the starting gates going into the first corner, it goes straight and then it hooks straight away to the left, and that's is probably half the problem. Is the riders are coming in and having to turn the bike quite rapidly straight away, and then it goes straight a little bit across the corner, and then it turns again. And that little bit of straightaway is where the rider gets the feeling coming in the corner. He's turned the bike. He eases off a little bit and thinks, right, I've got to get around the corner, so let the bike stay where it is. And that's the vulnerable part where the back wheel then tends to catch any kind of, let's call it, bermy part of the racetrack or groovy part of the racetrack, and that's what steers the bike straight again. If they could just come into that corner and attack it and not let the throttle off all the way up to the middle of the apex of the corner, they have half a fighting chance of getting through the corner without the bike grabbing traction and pulling them offline. Whereas turns 3, it's hard to see it, but when you're going into turn 3, it's a nice arc coming in, and they tend to go into the corner like laying the bike in rather than burning the bike in sideways, and it's coming later past the pit gates kind of where they got to turn the bike. So they're already through the corner, they can give it a big locker, and they can see the straightaway, and they're out of trouble. So I think turns 1 and 2 are a little bit harder to get into than 3 and 4. And especially coming from the start into the corner, you rev the bike up, you're spinning it coming in, you roll the throttle off to get track position, and that's when it bites you.
Because from this shot, there's no great obvious berm, no massive berm that's building up, and from our view to our right-hand side, it doesn't look particularly unusual. And really, the two bends themselves look very similar, but quite clearly down there, where there are a few ruts that are developed, it's definitely causing some trouble.
I'll just try to say one more time, like where the tractors are now, you have to turn the bike quite hard there. Then you got to let the bike straighten out where the tractors are now to go across the corner, and then turn again.
So you're turning twice.
You're turning twice in the corner in effect. But if you can come down the back of the front straightaway, lean the bike in on the gas, and get right up to the apex, keeping the back wheel spun, you have better chance of controlling it. But it's hard to do for some riders, and I'd be a victim of a guy that could probably get caught out as well, just as much as anybody else do. But the theory of it is never let the back wheel catch traction all the way through the corner as much as you possibly can until you see the straightaway down the back straightaway. And it's hard to do, but and if you ease off or you're second guessing yourself, or maybe there's a rider that's going a little bit slower than you down the straightaway, you're not so sure you can carry the same pace, and you roll off a little bit, that's the danger part.
Well, the tractors, I can tell you, have now left the circuit. The air fence has been repaired, and so we're going to go again with the rerun of Heat 13 with the exclusion of Kasper Verina, and therefore it will be Lucas Fienhager, Edward Krutschmar and Dominik Kubera, who was out in front when the race was stopped, who will be going in white in this restart. So Heat 13, as I say, the sun has now disappeared behind some white clouds. There's nothing too threatening on the horizon. That said, the blue sky came out of nowhere just after 5, so let's hope nothing else nasty arrives between now and the end of tonight's meeting. Lucas Fienhager goes off the inside gate, Edward Krutschmar goes in blue, and Dominik Kubera goes in white. He'll be trying to do it again, because if Kubera wins this and moves on to 8, he'll be well set for a place in the semi-finals.
Nobody's sitting on the outside of Kubera, so he'll feel pretty confident. He's just got to get in there and get over the top of the other two riders, negotiate that corner, get his wheels in line down that back straightaway, and clean sailing from that point on.
I must mention there's an enormous Kasper Verina banner in the crowd. It's not a massive crowd over on turns 1 and 2, but a huge banner behind the air barrier that runs for about 3 or 4 sections of air fence, and it's only just beyond that where he did crash in the previous staging. So unfortunately for them, they've seen their man go down twice in that area tonight. But hopefully he'll be okay to ride in his final outing in Heat 17. This is Heat 13 then, the restart with the riders coming into line. Lucas Fienhager off the inside gate in red, Edward Krutschmar in blue, and Dominik Kubera goes in white. The restart of Heat 13 here in Poznań. Start marshal gets them into line. Green light now comes on with the restart of 13, away they go, and Krutschmar Krujmar outgates Kubera, and Krujmar goes into the first bend in front. Edouard Krujmar with the advantage. Frustration for Kubera, who's in second, with Fienhager in third. Nice start by Krujmar, who's had mechanical trouble on several occasions tonight, but this time he appears to have got things right thus far. On to lap number 2, and it's Krujmar in front, with Fienhager trying to get back into the action in third. He's trying an outside run. Krujmar with the lead, and Kubera now under threat from Fienhager.
I would say all three of these riders are about the same pace right there. Krujmar out in front. He's obviously the one that doesn't want to make any mistakes, as he'll be pounced now with Kubera coming in. But Kubera's under immense pressure right now with Fienhager coming from the outside line. He's going to get him.
This is Fienhager's best ride so far. He's gone around the outside of Kubera. I don't know if he's struggling somewhat after his previous crash, but Lucas Fienhager, the young German, has really wound up some speed there and made a good outside pass to move through into second place. Krujmar out in front. Wonder if Fienhager can try and reel him in as well. Not sure he's quite got time.
He's riding the right line.
But he is riding superbly well. It's Krujmar with the lead, and Fienhager sends it to high into turn 3 and 4. Final time. Krujmar holds the line off the bend, and Krujmar will win it. Good race there, heat 13. Edouard Krujmar with the win over Lucas Fienhager, who had only picked up 1 point before that race, but he certainly got stuck in there to get the better of Kubera, and that was decent stuff there from 17-year-old Lucas Fienhager in the restart of heat 13, and also good signs that you can make it round the outside there. Krujmar won it, Fienhager in second, and Kubera third.
Yeah, Fienhager just found the right line there, just riding mid-track, a nice cushion there. They just graded the racetrack. They're back on it now for the second attempt of heat number 13, and Kubera, the biggest loser on this one. He was in front before they restarted it, and he didn't even get into the first corner. It was Krujmar that got there first in the blue helmet, come from gate number 2 for the second attempt of this heat number 13. And from this point on, he really looked like he had the grips of the racetrack. I was waiting for him to maybe get himself into a bit of a muddle coming back around into the first corner. But Fienhager on that outside line, look how smooth he is up on the high line. Kind of reminds me of Gerd Rees way back in the days whenever he used to ride the big mid-track lines and get some drive. And nice job from the German to get himself into that second position. And he even came real close towards the finish of the race to be able to come down Krujmar. Because Krujmar, I think if there's another lap in it, he might have been in danger.
One more lap would have been interesting there.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Anyway, so decent signs there of track improvement hopefully as well in heat 13, with looking fairly comfortable out front. So here we go with heat 14. Ventin goes off the inside in red. There he is, had a rather fraught night so far, 1 point from 3 rides. Patrick Hansen goes in blue, he's on 2. Rafael Kausmars, he is in white on 4. And Max Frick there, that man in yellow, we've seen him win from the outside before. 8 points so far, and Frick off the outside once again.
Nice job for him then if he can do it. I would say he's got half a chance here. The track is looking really good. He'll be aware of exactly what's going on. It should be a dominant first corner for him if he can get in there, but you got to make that start. You got to be able to let the clutch out. The bike's got to drive into the first corner. There's only been one race winner from gate 4.
That was him.
That was him, so can he back it up? There you go.
Max Frick off the outside gate in heat 14. Ventin off the inside. Hansen, gate 2. Kausmars goes off gate 3, and Frick goes off the outside. Here we go with heat 14. And away, and Max Frick gets a lovely start from the outside. He's a couple of bike lengths clear going in. What a start by Frick. Ventin is in second place over Hansen, with Kausmars, who's very up and down indeed. This time he's at the back. We've seen him win a race earlier. We've seen him burst to tape. We've seen him do all sorts. This time he's at the back, but Frick has got an enormous lead after one lap. He is making it look very straightforward here. Ventin in second place with Hansen in third, but Frick with a massive lead.
Yeah, the champ's out in front. What a start, man. That thing just took off. And we can see Ventin having a little bit of trouble going really, really wide. He's up in the cushion line right there, leaving the door for Hansen to come underneath him. Hansen wasn't close enough there. Now he is.
Now in massive trouble on turns 1 and 2. Do well to stop on there. To be fair, he has, and he's managing to pick up speed to try and get back at Patrick Hansen. Max Frick is miles in front. Second place now is Hansen. Ventin in third over Kausmars. Frick's on to his last lap. The battle is on for second, third and fourth. It's Hansen in that second place. Ventin in third. And you've got to keep the gas on. That's pretty clear with Kausmars at the back. And Max Frick's about to win the race whilst the other 3 are just coming into bend 3 and 4. Max Frick wins it, moves on to 11 points. Second place is Patrick Hansen now. Third is Ventin. And it's Kausmars at the back who's been really inconsistent. Max Frick off the outside gate absolutely bolted from the start there. He had a couple of bike lengths clear going into the bend, and he was then able to dictate the race, and there was a bit of drama behind him with the likes of Brenton and Hansen getting stuck in. So Frick winning it, Hansen second, and Brenton third.
That was a World Championship start there from Max Frick, I would say, or maybe the other riders didn't let the clutch out as quick, but as soon as Max hit that, as soon as the tapes went up and he dumped that clutch, man, that bike pulled him straight into the corner. Yeah, what a quick reaction. Straight away, the bike never stopped driving, cleanly in front. He's already across the other three riders, controlled the race in the first corner. Now just look how much fun he's going to have now, but the remainder of the boys in the back there, focus on them for a second. There's half a chance that Boynton was going to hold on to that second place, but he got into all kinds of muddle on the racetrack. But Frick mastered that first corner by making the start, and the way he was going, pulling away from the other three, was just enjoying his ride.
Max Frick, a convincing, very convincing winner of Heat 14, ahead of there's some of the action behind, with Brenton doing well to stop on. He's already been on the track a couple of times tonight, but he lost his second place there, but did maintain third, with Patrick Hansen coming through. Now then, heat number 15. We've been building this one up, looking forward to this one. Jack Holder in red with 5, Yevgenis Kostikovs with 4, and the 2 unbeaten riders, Maxim Drabik and Robert Lambert, both with 9 points so far in white and yellow. I think Max Frick wants to watch this one.
Yeah, I would say they're unbeaten. Okay, the score shot shows that, but I would say Max Frick's probably looked the fastest so far. I didn't really have the opportunity to get a time on that, but that was a quick race and looked really comfortable in it too. So Robert Lambert's got a little bit of work to do, I would say, to get over the top of Maxime Drabik. They'll be just on the inside of him in the white. Throw in the other boys, Jack Holder on that inside. If he can get himself out in front too, I think they'll all be using with confidence to get in that first corner. But who can seal the deal? You have to see this. Heat number 15 approaches the tapes now.
Yep, heat 15. Holder inside. Kostigovs gate 2. Drabik gate 3. Lambert off the outside. White and yellow. Drabik and Lambert, the 2 unbeaten riders so far, with 9 out of 9. Here we go with heat 15. At least one of those records will come to an end. Away they go. Might both come to an end. Jack Holder in red with a great start. Jack Holder has the advantage with Drabik trying to go around the outside. Holder lifts. Now can the others cut back? And Drabik does cut back, and Drabik goes through and takes the lead over Holder. It's Kostigovs in third over Lambert, who missed out from the outside, and Maxim Drabik so far looks set to continue his winning ways. Lambert battling hard at the back, trying to get the better of Kostigovs for third place, but Kostigovs maintains it for now. Drabik inside Jack Holder, he's got the advantage.
Oh, what a tremendous first action of this first race, first lap of heat 15. Drabik really got himself in a good position for the little bit of slack of Holder, lifting a little bit coming off of turn 2. Still a good race.
Maxim Drabik has the advantage over Jack Holder. Third is Kostigovs, and Lambert's winning run is set to end here in heat 15. He's going to no score. It shouldn't affect his chances of making the semi-final. He's got 9 points in the bag already. Mine wasn't enough for Woofenden last night in Cardiff, but that was a lack of race wins that affected him there. Lambert has got 3 race wins on the board, but Maxim Drabik is going to have 4 wins on the board very shortly as he comes around turns 3 and 4 to make it 12 points out of 12. Drabik wins a very competitive heat 15 over Jack Holder, with Kostigovs in third, and Lambert will not finish the race. I don't think Lambert's turned around before reaching the finishing line.
That's a no-no.
Well, it shouldn't affect him with the 9 points so far, but you normally think do the extra few yards just in case.
Yeah, it's always nice to just practice the things that you need to know about, but still a tremendous heat 15. That was pretty electrifying. It looked like Jack Holder might have been the spoiler in that one. Made a really good start from the inside gates. He finished in second place, but without this effort right here of getting himself into the first corner with a little bit of a drift coming off of turn 2, the bike grabbed a little bit of extra traction as he reared it a little bit. He did hold on to it good, but the momentum right there of Drabik, when he come from gate 3, got his wheels in line. Nobody really got in his way. Full speed by the time he got into turn 3. We can watch Drabik in white right there take care of Lambert straight away. Lambert had to give it up, looking for that plan B. Drabik in the position, turns the bike, gets his wheels in line, full speed ahead. By the time he gets into turn 3, never look back at there. Fast pace right there. I'd say Max Frick's got a challenger now.
Very much so. Drabik on 12, Frick on 11, Lambert on 9 at the top of the standings. Heat 16 next up. You can see what Drabik thinks of that. Delighted with his 4th win. and looking for big points, and at the moment in the big points tonight. Andreas Lajaga goes in red in heat 16 with 5 so far. Bartosz Smektala in blue also with 5. Brady Kurtz with 5 in white off gate 3, and Dimitri Berger in yellow off the outside. He's got 2. So these riders on 5 points. Well, add a win to that, and you're thinking semi-finals.
Oh yeah. So there's a lot to go for here. We've got to see how this all pulls off. Is there any spoilers? Bradley Kurtz riding with that, nurturing that injury. 3, can he get over the top of Smektala, which is coming from gate 2? Still very good racing prospect, this one.
Yeah, this looks quite evenly contested when you bear in mind that Berger off the outside is better than the 2 points he scored suggests, because of the fact that those 2 points came from effectively one ride. The other 2 rides he didn't hardly got off the start line, so he won't find it easy off the outside, but could well be involved here. Andreas Lajaga off the inside, Smektala off 2, Kurtz off 3, and Berger off 4. This will complete 4 rides apiece for them all. They'll have 1 more to come after this before the semis and the final. So heat 16 with the start marshal having them into line. Here we go. Start marshal walks away, green lights on, and away they go. A bit of an edgy start, and Smektala off gate 2 has got it, and problems for Lajaga, who just about survives. Brady Kurtz at the back here. It's Smektala with the lead over Berger, and it's Lajaga trying to come through on the inside in red, but Berger maintains that second place for now. Smektala leads. Good start there from the man in the blue helmet colour. All a bit messy on turns 1 and 2, but it was Berger who managed to come through in second place with Lajaga in third.
Berger's took that line that we've seen Finn Hargrove taken earlier on mid-track, let the bike do the work, but Smektala straight out front, looking really comfortable, riding the right place too on the racetrack.
Looks like Brady Kurtz will miss out here at the back. We know he's been struggling with the injuries. He reckons it's going to be a couple of weeks before he's fully fit, and this may well cost him a place in the semis tonight, but certainly looking good for Smektala, who we've always felt this evening that when he gets fresh air in front of him, he might show some pace. He's certainly doing that now. Second place, riding a really wide line, Dimitri Berger in yellow, but Smektala enjoying it on one wheel on the back straight round turns 3 and 4 safely, and Bartosz Smektala wins heat 16 from Dimitri Berger. Andreas Lajaga in third, and Brady Kurtz out the back. Heat 16 goes the way of Smektala, and Smektala moves on to 8 points in the meeting as a result, with Berger on to 4, so beginning to pick up some points now. Maybe too late for him as far as semis are concerned, but Smektala, popular figure here. The crowd just been rising to him on the back straight when his name was announced, and Smektala wins it and goes on to 8 and goes up to 4th place in the standings overall at this stage. Dimitri Berger in second place, and Andreas Lajaga was third.
Well, Smektala's been scoring points all night. Like I say, when he gets some clean air, he's well supported by the fans here. And when he made it off of gate 2, he really never looked back from that point on. There was half a chance of Lajaga to get in there as well, the Dane, but he made a little bit of that mistake right there in the first corner. Gave the Frenchman, Dimitri Berger, a chance to actually get up into that cushion, and as he rode mid-track, he just kept a good pace up there, never really looked back. Come from that outside gate, he got himself in track position, stayed on that line, really didn't fussle with anybody on the inside of him, had a clean run down that back straightaway, even though Smektala was out in front, looking really comfortable. A little slight nibble right there by Lajaga, but no chance of anything going on there, the pace that the Frenchman had.
So they've now all completed 4 rides. We'll take a look at the standings in just a moment. There's the first turn there was pretty tight, and I wonondered for a while whether Lajaga was going to wipe people out there when he went square.
You know, as soon as the bike grabs traction, you got to keep the throttle on and reposition yourself, and I think he did a good job to maintain that, and didn't have the confidence from that point on really to actually throw it in any tighter, but Smektala definitely made that look really easy once he got out in front.
Well, he's now up to 8 points, so 1 ride to come, and Smektala has the outside gate in his final ride. Hasn't got any of the massive big hitters in it, but still might not be easy, but he does have 8 points on the board at this stage. So Drabik is unbeaten with 12, 4 rides, 4 wins. Frick has 11, came second in his first outing, and then has 3 wins after that. Lambert with 9 to 3 wins, and he missed out in his previous outing. Smektala on 8, Holder on 7, Lajaga and Kubera both on 6, and at the moment Kurtz on 5, along with Kostigov, and Kurtz currently has the advantage over Kostigov on the countback, but that can all change. And there are riders on the 4-point mark, Kruchmar and
Lukas Finhage. Lukas, our commentator said
win.
that you are riding very smart and that the outside line is far more safer at this stage of the meeting than the inside. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with them. I like the outside line always. So I'm fast on the outside, and it's much more safety because when the inside guys lift, I can see it, not often, but I don't like inside line when there are ruts, so I take the easy line and I'm faster than them. Not good at start, but I don't care.
Lukas powiedział, że on zawsze preferuje nie tylko dziś jazdę po zewnętrznej, ponieważ daje mu to większą kontrolę, zwłaszcza na tak trudnej nawierzchni. Widzi, że gdy zawodnik jadący przy krawężniku ma jakieś problemy, on może zareagować. Natomiast mówi, że no, problem największy jest dzisiaj ze startami, ale ze swojej dyspozycji w jeździe pod bandą jest zadowolony. I'd like to ask you, do you see yourself becoming the frontman of a German national team in the upcoming years?
Oh, difficult, eh? There are much more other guys have the potential. I'm just learning. I'm just 17. I have years, so I'm now leading like Smolinski, Krona, etc. It's like a Hülkenberg. I'm watching to him always. I leave them and wallowing them.
Zapytałem Lukasa, czy widzi siebie jako lidera niemieckiej reprezentacji za kilka lat. Powiedział, że na razie ma dopiero 17, uczy się i bardzo pilnie podpatruje zarówno Martina Smolińskiego, Tobiasa Kornera, jak i Kaja Hülkenberga. You said that your idols were Jason Crump and Tony Rickardsson. So what about the current riders?
What? Sorry?
You said that your idols were Jason Crump and Tony Rickardsson, but what about the riders that are currently riding?
Oh, okay, yeah. I like guys like Hülkenberg. He's young, he's funny, he's a good rider. He's similar good. He's German, he's a young boy. He's now catching in Poland, Kultiaks. He's very fast. Yeah, at the moment there are good under 21 guys like Frick, etc. They're good guys. I watch to them and learn.
Zapytałem, czy oprócz Jasona Crumpa i Tonego Rickardsona, których Lukas wymienia jako swoich idoli, jest ktoś spośród aktualnie jeżdżących. Wymienił właśnie Kaja Hülkenberga jako młodego, zdolnego niemieckiego zawodnika, który ostatnio świetnie radzi sobie w Polsce, aczkolwiek powiedział, że nie ogranicza się tylko do Niemiec. Również Max Frick bardzo mu imponuje. No i pozostali rywale. Powiedział, że kluczem do wszystkiego jest nauka i jeszcze raz nauka na jego etapie. Thank you very much.
Cheers, man.
Lukas Finhage didn't finish either of his first 2 rides, but then has picked up 3 points from his next 2. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in Güstrow in September. There's the standings then. Max Frick in second place, Maxim Drabik in front with 12, Frick on 11, Lambert on 9, Spectaler 8, Holder 7, Lyaga 6, Kibera 6, Kurtz and Kostigov both on 5. Top 8 go through to the semis.
Doing the track grade once again on this nice track. The evening settling in. It's looking pretty good. The sun's almost disappeared over from the track. The riders are keen to get their last round in. See where it's all going to level. I would say Frick is going to be eagerly to try to get out there and keep his winning routine up that he's caught on to. Start off with the second place. The current champ, defending champ. But Drabik is showing his colors, there's no doubt, on this Polish racetrack. And he'll be coming from gate 4 in this heat 17. So, geez, he's got a lot to go for, doesn't he?
He's up against Verina, Karasmars and Berger in this one. Well, I don't know what we're going to expect from Kasper Verina because his night's rather gone south ever since his win in Heat 1.
Coming from that inside starting position too, it probably will play on his head a little bit that those ruts are just going to be covered up from the track being groomed a bit. Just covers up them. You don't really see them. You got to have an instinct to know where they might be or be in front of your bike when it does happen. I'd say when Jack Holder lifted, he was kind of on top of front of his bike. That's a perfect example if you remember that.
Yeah.
Instead of it rearing and going to the right drastically, it reared and put him forward a little bit and almost in line with the straightaway. So, you know, it's positioning your body in the right places sometimes.
So Kasper Verina in red, Rafael Karasmars goes in blue, Dimitri Berger in white, and Maxim Drabik goes in yellow. And unbeaten, 12 points. So clearly no doubt that Drabik will be in the semi-final, and we'll have a decent gate pick for it as well. But he'll want to keep winning, and he'll want to, if he can go through the card. He could score 21 points here tonight, and that would put him in a tremendous position. Pieszek scored 20 at King's Lynn last year. It wasn't quite enough to win the series overall, but scores like that really do give you a really big boost as far as the overall title is concerned. Lambert picked up 19 at King's Lynn last year. They were the two big hitters from that meeting in round one. But Drabic and Frick are the two currently out front with 12 and 11 respectively. Verena with 3 on the inside, Kausmars with 4 off gate 2, Berger in white with 4 off gate 3, and Drabic with 12 in yellow off the outside.
I can't see anybody holding back Drabic in this one myself. But still everybody's on the start line together. Got to dump the clutch equally to get in the first corner, but I think Drabic's got the advantage.
Into line then for heat 17. Start Marshall has them lined up. Green line comes on now, and away they go. Drabic on the outside in yellow, bolts from the gate, and Drabic and Verena is there too. And Verena takes Drabic. They have contact, and they've somehow managed to both stop on. And Drabic has the lead over Verena with Kausmars in third over Dimitri Berger. Well, that was a nervous moment there. Drabic absolutely fully committed to come across on the outside and get the better of Kasper Verena. They did have contact. They stopped on the bike, and look at Drabic going clear now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give some credit there to Verena because, he's not spooked by the racetrack. He's been on the fence, over the fence just about, landing on the other side. He went in there and attacked it. There's no doubt about it that Drabic control in the meeting so far, unbeaten. But Verena to be able to get in there and give him a push, fair play to the guy.
Dimitri Berger in third place was really winding up the outside line around turn 3 and 4 with Kausmars out the back. And on to the last lap, it's going to be Maxim Drabic Stan going through with a perfect record into the semi-final and really stamping authority on the meeting Stan. But you'll meet Frick maybe later on, depending on what happens in the semis as they come round turn 3 and 4, and it's going to be a 15-point maximum for the qualifiers for Maxim Drabic. He wins heat 17. Second place, Kasper Verena finally adds to his total. Dimitri Berger in third, and Rafael Kausmars, the wild card, comes home out the back. 15 points out of 15 for Maxim Drabic. That's a job well done, and now he'll try and go on, add to the total, and emphasise that dominance by winning on the night. Drabic winning heat 17, 15 points. Verena in second place, Berger in third, and Kausmars at the back.
Maxime Drabic, what a start from that gate 4. Didn't look as dominant to me compared to Max Frick earlier on, but maybe again depends on the rider that are inside of him. And it was nice to see Veroni to get back into that first corner. He bumped him right there, kept control of the bike, and the 4 continuous laps that Kasper Veroni did was attacking the racetrack. I kept my eyes on him the whole time, hoping he wasn't going to get over. See how hard he turned that bike in that corner there. But here is Maxime Drabic getting that start from gate 4. He's got to be using with confidence, knowing that there's a half a chance he's going to get pushed wide. It did happen. He held on to his nerves, got his wheels in line, and just really enjoyed the 4 laps after that. And as we're watching, he was really having some fun, letting the bike do the work, lifting the wheelies right there, showing off to the fans a bit. But that is exactly what you get out of having a good setup. The bike's pulling, and you're just enjoying your speedway.
15 out of 15 for Maxim Drabic, and he will have definitely big points on the board heading to Güstrow in early September. And now we can watch and see what his rivals do and who's going to qualify in the top 8 for the semis here in Poznań tonight. Heats number 18, and Andreas Lajaga has recovered well from finishing last in his first ride. He's got 6, so he's still very much in the frame. Alexander Vensing goes in blue with 2. Lucas Fienhager, who we just heard from, he's in white of 3, and Jack Holder with 7 in yellow on the outside.
Jack Holder, okay. He'll know what he has to do to put 3 more points on the scoreboard for himself, would put him in a nice position. That would be the double-figure position you want to be in, that we've kind of estimated that they all have to be in. He's going to have his work cut out for him because some of the guys on the inside of him have woken up, and not all of these guys are scoring points now.
Into line they come. This start marshal just, and there's a problem here with Fienhager, is there?
Too close, maybe. Letting them go. Susan says no words. Yeah.
So, they're okay with it. He's going to walk between white and yellow. Here we go with heat 18. And dreadful stop. Fienhager's got mechanical trouble after all that. So Jack Holder in yellow has the lead coming round the outside with Lajaga in second and Brenton in third. And that's frustration for Fienhager, who's had mechanical issues all night really, and that's rather prevents us from seeing exactly what he can do. When he's got the bike going, he has shown some ability, so hopefully we'll see more of him in Gustro. But as they come round turns 1 and 2 for the second time, it's Jack Holder out in front. If he wins this, he'll hit double figures.
Yeah, that's what you want, double figures. Good on you, Jack Holder, the Australian, out in front right now with the Dane Liaga chasing him down. If there's any mistakes to be made, he's close enough to pounce, so just gonna do it. He's riding a good line up in the high line. Is Liaga trying to stay pace with Holder?
Liaga has second place. If he finishes second, he'll go on to 8, which might be enough. We'll have to wait and see. They come round turns 3 and 4 for the third time. It's still Jack Holder who race leads and definitely set to continue in the meeting as long as he gets around this final lap safely. Liaga in second. They're really exploiting a wide line, a fast wide line around the outside around turns 1 and 2. 3 and 4 the same for Jack Holder, and he wins heat 18. Holder over Liaga, with Alexander Brenton coming home in third place, with Lucas Fienhager pushing in after hardly leaving the start line. We've seen a few of those so far tonight. A bit of mechanical issues to be resolved, I think, somewhere down the field, but no problem there for Jack Holder. He has scored 10 points from his 5 rides. He's scored every time, a win, 3 seconds and a third. That's his first victory. Jack Holder in heat 18 over Andreas Liaga. He picks up 2 points there. Brenton was third and Fienhager failed to finish.
Liaga coming from that gate position 1 in red, tried to see if he can beat Jack Holder coming from that outside gate, which it's been the trend now. The outside gate's working for the boys. You can see Holder's coming into the picture straight away, attacking the racetrack, feeling oozing confidence, riding the big line the whole way. Then Liaga decided that he's going to move off that inside, where it's, say, mid-track line, and he started running in that cushion in the high line and started gaining a bit of momentum, which kept Holder honest, because Holder really had it his own way all the way through the first corner, and looking pretty good. He's got a good setup now. To make a good start, I wouldn't say all these riders were the best on the inside of him, but still you had to go out there and prove your point. He's got the setup now, working the big lines, and he's got some speed.
Jack Holder on to 10 points. He's the third rider into double figures. Drabik has finished with a perfect 15. Frick has 11 from 4. We'll see him in heat 20. Heat 19 is next up with Yevgenis Kostikos on 5. He's off the inside in red. Edouard Kruchmar in blue with 4. Patrick Hansen in white with 4. And Bartosz Smektala on 8, and he's in yellow off the outside.
Outside gate's coming good for the guys. The good riders are on them.
Yeah,
Smektala is on that outside gate. He's going to feel in that he's going to have a really good opportunity here, but I wouldn't say with Kostikos off that inside is going to feel like he doesn't have an advantage at either, being on the inside. You got to negotiate that first turn still. There's still some little ruts in there. You can't ease off. These guys have had enough laps on this racetrack that shouldn't phase them. But in the myth of things, you never know.
I think it has improved since since the most recent major track grade, and they are looking more confident. And they're actually riding wider on those turns 1 and 2. Kostikos, Kruchmar, Hansen, and Smektala is your lineup for heat 19, the penultimate race of the qualifiers. Then we have 2 semis and a final, and the 4 into line. Just Kostikos being pulled up to tape. Start marshal not too happy with him. Now he is. Here we go with heat 19. Green line on and away, and it's going to be Kostikos on the inside with the gate. Kruchmar turning back in blue. Down heavily goes Hansen, hits the fence. That's the trouble spot, and the reds will have to come on there, I think. Although, no, well, there's paramedics and rushing towards him, and he's clearing the track. Well done. And the race continues with Kostikos in front of Smektala, with Kruchmar in third place. That's a great effort there by Patrick Hansen to clear the track. He hit the fence quite hard, didn't burst an airbag, and Yevgenis Kostikos will be very happy with that.
Yeah,
he's in front.
Yeah, Kostikos riding right in the inside where the ruts are coming into turns 1 and 2, and that could be a little bit dangerous for him. It's just got to hold on to it. He's riding right where the ruts are. Stay away from the ruts, keep the throttle on. Smektala is right there with them too, so not a bad run from these two.
Kostikos looking to move on to 8 points if he wins this race. He's got Smektala chasing him hard in second. Smektala trying to hit double figures, which he will with this second place. I think I've got the feeling that Smektala wants to pass him as he goes round turns 1 and 2, but it's still Kostikos in front. The Latvian race leads from the pole. Smektala in second with Kruchmar in third, and that's the way I think it's going to stay as they come round turns 3 and 4. And Kostikos wins heat 19, move on to 8 points. Second place Smektala, third is Krutschmar. Got to say again, well done Patrick Hansen. He fell heavily on the first two turns. There was a medical member running towards him, and Patrick Hansen simply got out of the fence and pushed his bike off the track. It's such a long lap here, there was time to do so, and Yevgeny Kostikov will be very happy indeed with that. He gets the race victory, picks up 3 points, and as things stand, moves into the top 8 and may well, I think almost certainly he will continue. There's only one rider who can overhaul him, so Kostikov, that race victory, very useful indeed.
Nice way to do it. Kostikov on that inside gate. He didn't let that one get away from him. He got it in that first corner, and he attacked the dangerous part of the racetrack. So I'm gonna have to agree with you. I think that last track grade has kind of settled things down in the first corner. Not for the Danish rider Hansen to get himself in a bit of a muddle there, but I don't think that had anything to do with the conditions of the track. But Smektala was trying his hardest to use that outside gate to get himself in front, but Kostikov had his own mission. Took it from that inside gates, and fair play for Hansen to getting that bike up out of the air fence.
Interesting situation now ahead of heat 20. Robert Lambert off the inside with 9 points. Dominic Kubera with 6 off gate 2. Max Frick with 11 off gate 3. And Brady Kurtz with 5 off the outside. And currently Kubera has 8th place on 6 points. We've got Lajaga and Kostigos on 8. They are 6th and 7th. Kubera is 8th on 6, and then Verena and Krutschmar on 5, and Kurtz on 5. So Kurtz, if he gets a couple of points here, if he finishes ahead of Kubera, Kurtz will go above Kubera and could still snatch 8th place. There is a way in which certainly 7 points here would be enough to go through to the semi-finals. Kurtz is yet to win a race. Kubera has got 1 win, so Kurtz needs to overhaul Kubera. The difficulty is there's 2 big hitters in Lambert and Frick also in the race. The chance of scoring big points here for Brady Kurtz, it might be tricky.
Yeah, I would agree with that one. He's still riding with that injury. He's not feeling like he's probably wanting to battle with the big boys all the time. But he's got half of a chance, but you know, they're all starting on the start line together in this heat number 20. Anything can happen. But that combination that you just unveiled, I think would be quite hard for Bradley Kurtz.
Kurtz goes off the outside gate, 5 points so far. Max Frick trying to keep pace with Maxim Drabik, or almost keep pace with him. He's 1 point behind him on standings after 4 rounds, but then Drabik went and won his previous ride to move on to 15. So heat 20, the final race of the qualifiers. Lambert has the inside gate. Kubera, Frick and Kurtz, away they go. A very even break indeed. Lambert gets to the bend in front. Lambert race leads, lifts on turns 1 and 2. Has to really butter to hold it and goes from first to last as Brady Kurtz shoots through. And it's Max Frick coming through to take the advantage, with Kubera in second place and Kurtz in third over Lambert, who got the gate but then made a mistake on turn 1 as he was trying to regain control of the bike. He got away from him somewhat, the others came shooting through, and Max Frick takes full advantage.
That's the disadvantage sometimes when you're on the inside gate, as Robert Lambert was. He made a decent start, got right in the grooves right there, and the options that Max Frick would have coming from that gate 3 was exactly came into his play. Still a battle here for Bradley Kurtz to be able to get himself that second place.
This is important with Brady Kurtz trying to pass Kubera here, because Brady Kurtz will need to pass Kubera here to make the semi-final, and Lambert trying to come back in the equation. Frick is as far clear as we've seen Drabik, and this will be interesting to see when they meet, if they meet later on. Lambert trying to get back and regain points at the back in the battle for second, third and fourth. Frick is well out in front. Kubera in second, Kurtz in third. Lambert going to come back on the outside around turn 3 and 4. Frick with the win, and it will be second Kubera, third Kurtz, and Lambert running back-to-back last places after a problem there on the first bend. Max Frick looking really impressive indeed, and Kubera hanging on for second over Brady Kurtz, and that will be enough to send him through into the semi-finals. Confirmation that Kurtz will miss out on 6 if he really had to make his way through the field there. He couldn't do so. Frick wins it, Kubera second, Kurtz third, Lambert at the back. So the semi-finalists are Drabik, Frick, Smektala, Holder, Lambert, Lajaga, Kubera and Kostigos.
Yeah, Kubera was riding the right line. He was riding that cushion, keeping his back wheel right. Really needed to be very difficult for Bradley Kurtz to actually do anything with it. But there's the mistake that Robert Lambert made in the first corner. Made a good start, got himself into the corner, but just dug in a little bit too deep. Pulled him offline. He ended up resorting to last place out of that. Now we can see a perfect start here from that outside line of Fricks that was trying to get in there, I should say, off of gate 3, but just left the door open for him as soon as Lambert made that mistake. And then as the race got on, there was still an opportunity here for Bradley Kurtz, if he can actually have got that second place, to give him that one more point, which might have done it, but might not have. You have to mathematically say it probably does. That's the way Dave's been saying it. But looking at the score sheet right now, you had to ride mid-track and ride hard, and it wasn't there.
Max Frick happy enough with 14 points there. That takes him into semi-final 2. Semi-final 1 will feature Drabik, Holder, Majalga and Kubera. And semi-final 2 will feature Frick, Smektala, Lambert and Kostigov. And they will all be adding to their total throughout the semi-finals and the final. Brady Kurtz on 6, Kasper Riener on 5, Krutschmar on 5, Berger with 5, Karatsmarth with 4, the wild card, Hansen with 4, Vierhager with 3 and Brenton with 3. They are finished for the evening, and they take those points now into the second round in Gustro. But Max Frick talking mechanically, I think, here.
He sure is. They're weighing up some of their options, as you would do, whatever it might be. Maybe it's the time we might think about dropping a tooth, or let the bike reach a little bit. The big boys are coming together now. Hard
work for Brady Kurtz, clearly carrying an injury, and will probably, I would think, be back for another week or so off. We'll see if he won't re-emerge for pool for the time being, because they've made a 28-day injury replacement. So I suspect he'll have a few more days off, Brady Kurtz, to try and get himself fully fit. I'm sure that rib damage is some of the hardest, because that's going to, every time you jolt or you twist or you turn, that's going to hurt.
Can't really recall hurting my ribs. Probably did.
Yeah, I'm sure you.
Yeah, but I can't recall it. I just know that any injury always hurts to come back. But the ribs, you don't see them, do you? They can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, they just got to have time to heal. So hopefully that will happen soon for Brady. But he was out of the meeting at this stage with 6 points taken from it. So not a disaster. Worth turning up for. Worth turning up to pick 6 points up rather than not riding and getting naught. And he's got through the meeting relatively unscathed. He's found himself. He's kept away from most of the carnage which has occurred this evening. So we should be getting gate picks very soon for the semi-finals, and the question would be, where would you want to start from now? At the start of the meeting, obviously the inside was the place to be, but it's got much more evenly matched, and the outside has been useful as well in the second half of the meeting.
It's a good point. If you're confident enough to keep the front end down through the first corner, I would say your inside gate's the one, but the way that first corner turns.
I'm looking at Lambert there in that previous race where he made a good one from the inside, and then he hit the wrong spot, and he's out too wide on turn 2, and he can't recover.
Yeah, he almost pulled it off though, didn't he? He almost got through it. So that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say it's confidence, because all these riders have the confidence to get on the racetrack and dump the clutch the same as all the other riders. But you got to have the ability when you're in that corner to keep the bike down. You can make the start of the inside. If you hit the right groove coming off of turn 2, it could put you in a good position. But right now it's a matter of getting first and second, isn't it, to go to the final? So you might want to take a safe bet to make sure, if you think you can play your best card or your best gate coming from a 3 or a 4 position, you're gonna have a better opportunity for options through the first and second turn. So if you're confident enough to get a second, sacrifice the chance of not winning the gate outright from the inside, I would say that you would want to take a gates 3 or 4.
Well, we're about to find out what they're going to do. They're all lined up in the pits whilst the track is graded. 3 more races to come here in Poznań, and still blue skies. No sign of the isolated thunderstorm. We had it much earlier in the day, and thankfully we didn't get any more. The forecast always suggested that there was another band of thunderstorms, but was likely just about past us northwest. It did, thankfully, and we just caught the very remnants of it a couple of times. But they've done well to get this meeting through, and we reached the closing stages with the gate picks about to be made for the semi-finals.
Note the stats on the gates for me there, Dave.
Yep.
What is that? Inside's got 5
wins. Blue's got 7
but
wins. Most of them in the first half of the meeting.
Okay, and then you got 4 and 4 from gates 3 and 4. So the riders now, if you divide the meeting up, but the stats say that Blue is the most successful one.
It has been. But Blue's only won once since 8:13.
Okay.
So
is that because of the rider?
Well, again, that's a factor. That's a factor we've seen. I mean, let's be honest. Traffic's won from everywhere.
Yeah.
So
and if you do want a little bit of a cushion, you could almost take gate 2, if you know what I mean. If these stats are on the manager's charts in the pits, they'll say, well, gate 2 has been the winningest gate. So, and that does give you an opportunity to come out of 2, get over the guy in red, and then you have the whole rest of the racetrack instead of coming from 3 and 4, which you got to make a blistering start, that kind of competition maybe. So I think all the gates are pretty even, really. You just got to have the ability to hold the bike on in the first corner.
I think Maxim Drabic has shown the ability to win off any gate. He's won all 5 rides. I don't think he'll be too concerned. He's going to be up against Jack Holder, Andreas Lajaga and Dominik Kubera in this one. Kubera with last pick because he's got 8 points, and he really should have 11. If you remember, he had a crash 10 or 11 anyway, because he had a crash earlier when he was going well. But we are waiting to.
So I'll put my neck on the line. I say Drabic will take 1.
Yeah.
Holder will take 2, and it will go just in that order.
Okay. Well, let's see. Let's see if that's the case. We're just getting ourselves prepared to see those picks. They're coming anytime soon. And a reminder, it's Gustro on the 8th of September and Pardubice on the 29th of September for rounds 2 and 3 to complete the series. 3 very different circuits making up the series this year. And Max Frick defending the title, and clearly going to get a strong test from Maxim Drabic along the way, and others trying to get involved. Lambert, don't forget, won his first 3 rides before falling, I should say having a fall earlier on, and then running 2 last places in the latter stages of the meeting. Tractor grading still taking place here, and just hoping that we get the picks, which we believe are on the way very shortly. Drabic, Holder, Hansen and Kubera for semi-final 1, and Frick, Smektala, Lambert and Kostigovs, they go in semi-final 2. And really, Frick and Drabic have both been winning by big distances in the second half of the meeting particularly.
Mainly because they've been exploding from the start, and I believe that, well, they're obviously riding extremely well, but their starting's been so much better than the other riders. When they get that clutch out, the bike jumps a full bike length, it seems like, and it gives them all the cushion they need in that first corner to exercise their options, and their options are usually perfect. They're riding full speed, mid-track. They just graded it. There won't be that little bit of a cushion appearing until they get 2 or 3 laps under the first race of this first semifinal, and then they won't grade it again, or I don't believe they'll grade it again for the second semifinal, and then they'll maybe hopefully leave it alone for the final.
There's confirmation of how things finished. Drabic on 15, Frick on 14, Smektala and Holder both with 10, Lambert with 9, Lajaga with 8, Kostigovs with 8, Kubera with 8, and Brady Kurtz just missed out on 6, with Verena on 5 after his escapades during the meeting. I think we're about to find out who's going where.
Zdecydowanie czerwone. Gate 2. Gate 1.
So that's how they'll line up for semi-final 1. Maxim Drabic taking the inside gate, Jack Holder taking gate 2, Andreas Lajaga taking gate 4, and it's Dominik Kubera, we believe, off gate 3, but we'll just we'll check that. Kostigovs is going in the first semi-final, it would appear. They both finished on 8 points, and they both have identical records.
I got it.
Kostigovs.
Yep, that's it.
Kostigovs in semi-final 1, Kubera in semi-final 2.
Pierwszy Max Frick. Bartosz Smektala teraz.
Niebieski.
Robert Lambert. I Dominik Kubera.
Ale jest Tomasz Bajewski, to jest trener.
Yellow helmet.
And that one's gone more down the the pattern that you expected: red, blue, white, yellow.
Yeah. I think everybody's kind of, they know that the best way to win is to get out in front first from the inside. If you can control that first corner, obviously the experience of the riders that are at this stage of the event will have the full ability to make sure they can negotiate that first corner. And if there is a mishap, it won't be something that they're used to. They'll be oozing with confidence. They get through
Sponsorem
it.
transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS.
W drugim półfinale zobaczymy w kolorze kasku czerwonym Maxa Frika.
So we're waiting the riders on track for the first semi-final here, and obviously Drabic and Frick are the big favourites, no question about that. But who do we? If you think they're going to definitely go through, then who's going to go through and join them?
Right. So, I'm not too. I don't think Drabic and Holder look like they're going to lose their positions in this first semifinal. I'm not so sure that Holder has had the dominance that I would expect him to hold on to that second place in this one against Drabic. So he's the one that's probably vulnerable. If there's any cutbacks or any of the other guys can make good first corners, and if there's any hiccups, he could be the one that's is one that loses out.
So yeah, well, Drabic took the inside.
He did.
So he's obviously confident from that particular position. And Holder taking two. I think the interesting pick was Leaga going for the outside.
Yeah, well, he's obviously thinking what he wants to do in that first corner, but unfortunate for him, I would think that the track doesn't got that bit of a berm because they've not raced on it yet, and it's just been groomed, so he won't have that advantage. And I don't think he's been that superior out of the gates to be able to make four work for him. But yet, it's a new race. It's a semifinal. These guys are chasing the world championship, and they got to seal the deal so far here tonight. And they've had every different thing thrown at them, and now's a chance to stop it. You got to make it happen.
So the rider in red there, Maxim Drabic, unbeaten with 15 points out of 15. Can he keep that winning run going? Jack Holder in blue picked up 10 points. All these points continue as far as the qualifiers are concerned, as far as the series is concerned. Holder with 10, Costagols in white, Leaga in yellow. They both scored 8. And the top two here go through to the final.
Kostagov might be thinking the same thing that Leaga is at the same time. He's got to wait for the options in the first corner.
Semi-final one then here in Poznań. The unbeaten Drabic in red off the inside makes a tremendous start. Jack Holder makes quite a good one in blue. Leaga tries to turn back a yellow, gets squeezed out between. Big crash. Leaga clips the back wheel of Jack Holder and goes down on turn 2, and the race will be stopped. And let's hope that everything is okay there with Andreas Leaga, who got rather caught in the middle going into the bend. He looked to cut back, there was no way through, and then he grabbed some drive, clipped the back wheel of Jack Holder. As I said before tonight, it could have been worse because it could have taken 2 riders with him, but it was only the one, and you can see him just crawling away. Here we go.
I'm impressed with Jack Holder's commitment. He went in the corner. He wasn't going to let up at all coming from that second gate position into that corner, and then that because he was digging down deep. I think that strength of him holding onto the bike, knowing that the bike could rear on him, put him into position. Unfortunately for Leaga, he could have took him out big time a little bit further forward, and it would have been a lot worse than that.
That's amazing that Jack Holder has stayed on.
He held on to it. His commitment to probably just keeping the bike on the ground in the first corner, knowing how vulnerable it could be. He didn't want to, I don't think he can beat Drabic, but he probably wasn't thinking he could if he can make the start. But he knows the bike's going to go right now, doesn't he? He's holding on to it, and then, bang, he got hit.
Well, Leaga, if he gets away with that was a heavy landing as well. And just as we saw earlier in the meeting with Cuba, they are bringing the ambulance out now. We saw him move away from the bike, and
nasty crash anyway. Whatever happened.
Heavy crash.
Yeah, I think everybody was lucky there. It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely. I went as it happened in real time. I was expecting to see 2 riders high side there, and credit to Jack Holder, but let's hope that Andreas Leaga is going to be okay. Jack Holder back in the pits, and he probably got bits on his Kevlars that show where the contact was.
No doubt, and you know that can spook a rider sometimes. And I don't know Jack that well, but if he's like any other Australians I know, he'll be just brushing that one off and saying, let's do it again. Even a second. You know, he didn't make a bad start, and, and he made a good first corner. It was a smart corner, I think. He let the bike drift a little bit, turned the bike, had his wheels in line when he did get hit, and he had a chance of having some really good speed by the time he got turn 3. Let's just hope that
hope he's okay.
Yeah.
We saw him moving. They've now they've got the blue lights on the ambulance, so you can see.
Yeah, he went down pretty hard, so I'm sure he would have.
You can see he's conscious. Yeah. He's taken a big hit, and they clearly are a bit concerned whether they're going to sit him on that.
Safe thing to do is listen to the ambulance and do the right thing.
But they've got the blue lights flashing on it at the moment, and obviously they'll take any care. And it was a really heavy landing, so I think he's going to be encouraged to sit back on the board and take a ride back. Andreas Lager had time with Scunthorpe in the UK in the old Premier League. Rode for them in 2015-16. Here's what happened. Very heavy crash indeed.
The battle was the guys on the inside gate, and Lager come from before. He actually got a bump there from Kostogov, you know, on the inside there. He got a bump. Just watch it again. The guy in white just kind of turns back, but not hard enough. And as he did, he just grabbed a little bit. No, maybe not. Look from the other angle that he possibly did get a bump, but he didn't. No.
He gets.
He sounds like he's standing up.
Yeah. We can't see beyond the ambulance at the moment, but he's. They've picked up the backboard which they brought out, and hopefully that means he's walking into the ambulance over on turn 2. It looks like everything is reasonably okay over there. We'll get some live shots in just a moment of the scene. There we go, and saw that he's now there. He is. He's walked into the ambulance, so there was no need for the backboard. And
Sponsorem transmisji meczu jest sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS.
So Andreas Lager's meeting comes to an end with 8 points, and hopefully no lasting damage from that rather frightening spill there when he clipped. Well, he did more than clip. He did more than clip Jack Holder. He hit him with quite some force, and normally that involves a couple of riders going down, but that wasn't the case, and the ambulance is making its way back to the pits. It has its blue lights on, but hopefully they'll just take him back to the pits, and there'll be no further need for any further treatment. But hopefully it'll be okay, and we'll get a restart very shortly, because there was no real fence damage, so we should get the restart soon.
As it's starting to get a little bit darker, isn't it now? There's no lights in this racetrack, so they'll want to speed it up as quick as possible. But the first thing is to make sure the rider's okay.
It's 8:30 in Poland. The yellow exclusion is just being confirmed at the start line. I don't think there was any great doubt over that. So we're still looking for two out of 3 now, with Drabic, Jack Holder and Kostogov going in white in this first semi-final. And any time soon, once we've had confirmation that medical staff are fully available, then we'll be able to get going. And there is the 2-minute warning from the referee, Suzanne Huntinger. She puts the 2-minute warning on, so Drabic, Holder and Kostogov will be on track very shortly. Jack Holder is first onto the track now in the blue helmet colour, and he'll be making his way into gate 2. And next up is Kostogov in white, and that will just leave the unbeaten man Maxim Drabic, who had made another tremendous start from the inside gate there in red.
Trying to keep that perfect score. He'll be Drabic will be coming on the track now to make sure that he gets his act together. There's just over a minute left, not much over a minute left, as they approach the start line to get figure out what's the best place to start. Jack Holder, I thought had a determined gait when he come from that gate 2 in the first attempt of this first semifinal, almost matched Drabic the unbeaten rider from wheel to wheel, just slightly behind, but he knew what he had to do. He let the bike drift a little bit, got himself into what I think would have been a good position, especially if Drabic made a mistake, because there's no foolproof recipe that Drabic won't make a mistake in that first corner. So Jack Holder's going to have to be making sure he keeps that option open.
Jack Holder going off gate 2, Maxim Drabic off the inside with 15 points so far, and Kostigos goes off gate 3. Can he be the spoiler? Can he get in here and pick up some pieces if the two on the inside, if they contest the first bend? Here we go then with the rerun of the first semi-final, and that time Drabic didn't make quite such a good start, but still gets to the bend in front of Holder, and there goes Kostigos going through on the inside because Holder was taken wide by Drabic, and now Holder will have to try and hit back around turns 3 and 4 on Kostigos, or Kostigos, the Latvian, will make it through to the final. It's Drabic with the advantage, Kostigos in second. The race is all going to be about second and third here. Can Jack Holder reel in and pass Kostigos for second? Drabic way out in front.
Yeah, Holder's looking for a mistake to be made by the Latvian if he can actually put him under any pressure. Holder's on the high line, squaring the corner off. He's just getting his wheels in line. There'll be immense pressure now.
2 laps to go, and Jack Holder reeling in big lines, trying to make speed, trying to make long straights. Kostigos lifts halfway down the back straight. Holder again reeling him in. Can he go for a big dive around the outside, I wonder, as Kostigos rides mid-track? It's Drabic in front, the race still on for second place. Kostigos holds it for now. Jack Holder in third. Is there any way through, I wonder, on this final lap? It's certainly going to be Drabic. It's very tight there. Contact off turn 2 as Holder picks the back wheel of Kostigos. Now he goes back for the outside run around bends 3 and 4. Drabic will win. Holder screws on around the outside but can't make it. I think something happened to the bike in front there off the final turn. He was really winding it up, but I think something went wrong with the bike, and Jack Holder misses out, and Maxim Drabic moves on to 18 points. 18 out of 18. A perfect night so far for Maxim Drabic, and he'll be joined in the final by Kostigos.
Maxim Drabic, perfect score. Well done, boy. Made it from the inside. Your father will be really proud of you. The old Rex rider I rode with here at Łódź and some of the big Polish meetings, and everybody will be excited about that one. But he still got one more race to see if he can clinch this title here tonight.
That was Larga walking in, and good to see that. He is walking in after that crash. A big blow for Holder as he misses out in the semi-final. It's Drabic and Kostigos who go through. They are in tonight's grand final.
Kostigos, what a determined ride to come from that gate 3. Got himself, did the cutback perfect. Jack Holder just didn't seal the deal. Took the easy line, looked like through the first corner. But here we're going to watch it again. Drabic on the inside. And geez, Kostigos just makes a nice turn back. Perfect time. Didn't hit no ruts going through there. Holder a little tentative in the first corner. Could have cut back a little bit quicker. Made himself a lot of hard work. He actually almost got in there here, but he resorted to the outside line. But Drabic, no doubt, this guy means business.
It was certainly a mechanical failure on Holder. He's still actually clearing the track now, where his mechanic is. Holder's walking in. Now he was reading up the big line around the outside on the final turn, and we'll never know whether he will quite have made it.
Yeah, we wouldn't know, but it's not like he didn't put the effort into it.
Oh no, absolutely. So Jack Holder's night, he adds a point to his total there, and finishes with 11 for the night. But here we go with semi-final 2, and Max Frick on the inside gate in red as Drabic looks back on the race and gets ready for the final. His possible competitors for that final are in this second semi-final at the start line now, with Max Frick on the inside in red, Bartosz Schmechthaler in blue, Robert Lambert in white, and Dominik Kubera goes in yellow off the outside gate. Again, looking for 2 for the final.
And the track has come to the riders. There's some big lines now. After the first semifinal, the track was graded. The track settled in now. There's some big lines there. Will Max Frick resort to going straight out to the dirt with Schmechthaler making the big turn back, or make the start over Frick? We don't know that. Lambert's going to pick up some pieces. 2 last places coming into this semifinal 2. Does he have the confidence? But Kubera from that outside gate might have the perfect line in the first corner if he can get out of that start.
Frick inside, Schmechthaler gate 2, Lambert gate 3, Kubera outside, Frick didn't make it. Schmechthaler made it in blue. Schmechthaler with the advantage, and Frick does well to hang on, but now he's probably put himself out of contention. It's Schmechthaler with the advantage. Kubera has gone second, Lambert's in third, and Max Frick, after lifting when he did well to control him, he's coming back now at Lambert and moving back through into a third place. And Max Frick has shown plenty of speed so far tonight, but he's got a long way to go from there.
I tell you what, anything can happen in Speedway. We just witnessed. Smaktela made it from 2, went over the top of Frick. Frick didn't even get in that first corner there. All lines were opened up.
Smaktela with the advantage. Kubera in second. Battles are on for third between Robert Lambert and Max Frick. But as things stand, they are going to miss out with just over a lap to go. And Smaktela has shown whenever he makes a start tonight, he's got the pace. Frick is going round Lambert now after trampling on the inside. He's gone screaming round him, but has he got any time at all to catch up with Kubera on the final lap? Frick has got massive speed. He's catching Kubera here. Can he keep it on around the outside? Smaktela is in front. Kubera's got wide to block out Frick. Frick turns back from the inside. Kubera makes the final. Smaktela makes the final, and Frick misses out. Frick had so much speed, but he had too much to do after lifting on turn 2, and Max Frick, the reigning champion, goes out. He has still scored 15 points tonight, but he'll be trailing Maxim Drabic by at least 3, if not more, after the final, as Smaktela and Kubera make it 2 more poles in the final.
The writing is never on the wall in Speedway. How about that? Smaktela makes this one semi-9-2, but claims it. Comes from gate 2, wasn't fussed about anything. Max Frick had first choice, took gate 1. He didn't get out of the start. Bartosz Smaktela made the start of the night so far as Frick gets into trouble in that first corner. By the time he settled down from the outside, Kubera made a decent start from the outside. Here we go. Kubera from that outside gate. Nobody was really looking. He was already looking for options, looking to cut in there. He knew nobody was there. He just rode a nice smooth line as Frick gets in trouble. Lambert's not even in the hunt, but maybe he did slow down Frick for a couple of laps. By the time Frick got back past Lambert, he then stretched into that dirt line. He just ran out of laps.
Yeah, Frick spent 2 laps trying to go inside Lambert, then he went round him, and then he picked up massive speed. But again, one lap too little as far as the race distance was concerned. And also fair play to Kubera, because he moved out on the last bend just in case. He was quite very aware of what was going on there.
Yeah, sure. Kubera I think ran a smart race coming from that outside gate. He was the last pick of that semi-final 2. Didn't phase him at all. But how about Smaktela? This guy knew what he wanted to do, as you said, and already noted on. If he gets out in front, he's hard to beat, and he made the start. Now, we did see a little bit of negotiations going on where Frick was leaning over his bike discussing changes. I wonder if they made a change and it affected him in that race.
Didn't make a very good start from the inside. No. That put him in a bit of a spot anyway. And Bartosz Smaktela has been a bit of a star tonight with 13 points and 1 more ride to come, and is about to be making his pick for the final. So Drabic and Kostigov from the first semi-final, and Smaktela and Kubera from the second semi-final. So 3 poles and a Latvian to contest the first final of the EKO-DIR Speedway Under-21 World Championship for 2017, and Maxim Drabic still unbeaten with 18 points out of 18.
Yeah, no doubt. He's the guy that's shining right now. I mentioned to you that I've talked to some of the senior riders, and they say sometimes you get the setups right and you just lose it from one race to the next. You don't know the answer, and then you get it back, and you don't know what the answer is sometimes that if it was the right move. Some of the adjustments could play in your hands, and other ones cost you. At the moment, Maxim Drabic has just made no flaws whatsoever. He chose that inside gate for his first semifinal of this 2017 campaign in this Under-21 World Championship, and he made it count.
Przed nami wielki finał. Jako pierwszy pole startowe będzie wybierał Max Drabic. Max, który kask dla ciebie?
Nowego, czerwony.
Następnie Bartosz Smaktela. Bartek, które pole startowe?
No tak jak poprzednio, niebieskie poproszę.
Jewgenij Kostygow. Jak widzimy, 4. pole startowe i Dominik Kubera. Kask.
Białe.
So that's how they'll line up in the final. Maxim Drabic taking the inside gate, Bartosz Smaktela taking gate 2, then Kostigov's taking the outside, and Dominik Kubera taking gate number 3. There it is, there's how they line up, and look at the points. The points that have been racked up by Drabic, 18, Smaktela 13, Kubera and Kostigov both on 10. Throw in Frick, who's picked up 15. That's a decent haul of points, but Drabic, whatever happens here in the final, is going to be going home happy, but he'll be going home even happier if he notches a 21-point maximum.
Yeah, so is he playing the safe hand here, coming from the inside? Smaktela will be thinking that, you know, he made such a good start coming from gate number 2. He's going to feel really confident that he's going to be able to get one over the top of Drabic. But Drabic unbeaten, took that inside gate that he won his semifinal in. He'll equally be thinking that this is going to be his. But the Cabrera coming from 3, options are there for the riders on the outside.
I guess Smaktala will be thinking, well, I've just out-trapped Max Frick.
That's what I'm
going
saying.
from gate 2 when Frick was off gate 1, so anything's possible.
Absolutely, and if we got to remember too, the first turn can be a bit can bite the riders a little bit, so they got that to contend to with too. Let's hope they all get through that first corner safely.
2-minute warning is on from Susanne Huntiger, hopefully for the final time tonight. As the sun is now set, we do have beautiful blue skies here, and it's been eventful. As I say, some of the racing has it reflected the fact that the track work had to be done, and it's not been easy to pass. I think that's fair to say throughout the evening. There have been some lines developing as it's gone on, and it'd be interesting to see now what happens in the final. It would be interesting to see what would happen if Drabic doesn't make the gate. I'm not trying to jinx him by any way, shape or form, but he has been gating superbly.
Yeah, and we've not had a track grade, so the track is pretty much a racetrack at the moment. There's a big line on the high side, and if you dare to go to the inside, those little bit of grooves might be able to coach you around the corners a bit. Mid-track might be the place to be, but at the moment, it's about who can make the start, get in the first corner. Drabic is so fast. Smaktela is oozing confidence coming from gate number 2. Cabrera is in there as well, and you know, just you don't know, the Latvian on the outside could actually make it happen too.
Yeah, remember that Cabrera would have had more than his points anyway, but for the crash in his third ride. So he's been better than his score suggests, and has ridden, you know, is perfectly on merit. He's got double figures and should have more than that.
Throw everything out the window right now.
Oh,
These guys got to make the start now and get in that first corner and attack the racetrack. And obviously, who can beat Drabic? That's what it comes down to.
Kostigov is the last rider to come into line in the yellow helmet colour off the outside. Drabic off the inside. Smaktala off gate 2. Cabrera goes off gate 3. And Kostigov's off 4. There's the lineup. There's the Poznań circuit for what should be the final time tonight. Long as they get underway in one go. Drabic inside. Smaktala gate 2. Cabrera gate 3. And Kostigov's outside for the grand final of the first round of the EKO-DIR Speedway Under-21 World Championship final here in Poznań. The unbeaten man, Maxim Drabic off the inside, takes to go up. Drabic nails the start and gets the advantage. Drabic leads into the first bend. Battle on with Smaktala trying to come through on the inside. Round the outside goes Kostigov into third place over Cabrera. But Maxim Drabic here has the lead into event 3 and 4. Smaktala on the inside trying to work him hard. Kostigov has the third place for now with Cabrera challenging at the back. But Maxim Drabic is trying to get a full 21-point maximum here, and he's just under 3 laps away from doing so.
I think he's going to do it. That was a slick start from that inside gate. Never missed a beat. Straight into the corner. Knew exactly what it would be. All riders negotiating this just shy 400-meter racetrack, and it turned out to be a grand meeting for the man in front.
It's Maxim Drabic in front. Smaktala has always been threatening when he's been chasing. Smaktala has never been dropped off throughout the meeting, and he's doing so again. If Drabic makes any kind of mistake, Smaktala will be there to make a challenge, but Drabic has just one lap to go. Smaktala takes a look over his shoulder, sees that it's Kostigos in third place. Kostigos inside. Cabrera has lost ground at the back, but Maxim Drabic here about to go through the card in the first round here in Poznań. He's round turns 3 and 4 safely. It's going to be a 21-point maximum and the series lead for Maxim Drabic. He wins the opening round in Poznań, and he takes the series lead to Gustro in September. It's a perfect night for Maxim Drabic. 7 rides, 7 wins, 21 points. He wins round 1, and he has been sensational.
Well, you're going to complete the deal, you might as well do it in style. He did it from that inside gate, feared nothing on the racetrack. When he let that clutch out, the bike just smoothly went forward, never missed a beat, straight in the corner, a little bit by Smaktala. He was close to him, but as soon as he seen clean air down the back straightaway, he clinched it and said, this one's mine.
When people look at the Polish World Cup team and they see Pawlicki and Janowski and Zmarzlik and Dudek and people, and then you say, what about the lads just behind that?
Yeah,
well, here are some of them now, and that's one Maxim Drabic.
Oh, man, classic race right there. Look at how smooth the bike went forward. Just went, he let the clutch out, didn't do any big body English. The bike just drove him straight to the first corner. He was under threat a little bit from the inside right there from Smaktala, but Smaktala had to settle for that second place. By the time straight up got in the front. He just had his wheels in line, and Dravic made it look quite easy after that. He was tussled down a little bit, but this is a world championship. These are the best 4 riders of the night.
I think it's a great night's work too by Smektala, who's been really consistent all evening. He's looked fast whenever he's been chasing. When he's had clear air, he's taken the advantage. So he's gone well. And I think Kostios perhaps a surprise package in third, the Latvian, but very much mixing it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He got in there and he, used his head to be able to get himself in the position to actually get into the semifinals. And, we kind of overlooked him a little bit, but fair play to Latvian, done well to get there. 2 more big tracks to come up with Gustrov. That's going to show, tell a true story on how clever these guys are with the setups.
But when you've got 21 points going into the meeting, you've got a bit of a safety margin straight away, haven't you? You can afford to maybe not have a bad meeting, but just maybe drop a few points, because Gustra is the kind of circuit where you can be riding well and you still drop points, the nature of that circuit. But to score 21 anywhere in any meeting, I think is some achievement.
And this is a world championship, so well done.
Yeah. Maxim Dravic is that man in the red helmet colour who has gone through the card here in Poznań tonight. I say tonight, I've been saying this evening, but it now really is tonight. But there is the man who has had an absolutely perfect start to his under-21 World Championship campaign. By the way, he scored a 15-point maximum in the qualifier in Pardubice as well, so he really is on a winning roll in this competition at this stage. He came in with a maximum, and now he's going to try and continue that form, I'm sure.
That's his father just there with the little earplugs right behind him in the light-colored shirt there. Very nice to see. It's a family deal. Speedway's still in their blood, and they're doing well. Good job.
Rode as a wild card in the second round in 2015 in Lublin, scored 10 points, showed his real ability there. Suffered serious leg injuries last year and missed most of the campaign after a crash in Sweden, Maxim Dravic, but showing no ill effects of that this season, and very much on top of the world as far as the under-21 is concerned at this stage, round 1 of 3, and Dravic on top.
Yeah, I think this kind of a track would suit him as well, to be able to have good equipment, have the right combinations of setup, having his father in the pits. A very cool, collective kind of gentleman he is that Slavomir Dravic. It's just really good to see the combinations that these riders have to bring to the racetracks, because they are still learning the game. You got to have some help. How much, who played what part. We'll probably never hear all that, but on the track, it was Maxim Dravic that showed everybody the stadium here with all the different conditions that were thrown at him, whether we're going to have a meeting that was going to start, that was going to be a wet racetrack, or what kind of racetrack, nobody knew. The sun broke. We've seen lots of sunshine, dried things out, and this boy's shined all the way through.
Certainly has. Maxim Dravic, 21 points out of 21. And certainly deserves the victory here in Poznań this evening, and making himself favourite for the series as a whole as a result. I'm sure that others will look to hit back, the likes of Robert Lambert, who won his first 3 tonight before having some trouble later on. You wonder whether the injury, the crash he had with Kasper Bruyne did catch up with him in the end, or mechanical damage, who knows. Brady Kurtz riding with injury, Jack Holder having trouble in the semi-final, but it's all gone right for Dravic. That's the way it is. But Yevgeny Kostigov, the Latvian who rode in the World Cup and showed some promising signs, well, he comes home in 3rd place, and he'll be delighted with that. We've seen his countryman Andrzej Lebedev starring in recent weeks in World Speedway. Well, that's a great fillip there for Kostigov in 3rd place.
I think Lebedevs did say that there's some young riders, and Kostigov has definitely showed the potential that he's got still young, and Latvians could be coming on the world scene a little bit stronger, as they've done in the World Cup this year.
Yeah, very much so. 2nd place going to another one of the rising Polish talents, a reserve in the World Cup for Poland, the under-21 reserve, and Bartosz Smektala, I should say, taking 2nd place in tonight's event, and after becoming Polish under-21 champion at Rybnik last weekend, that's a pretty good week's work for him too.
Absolutely. No, he's just keeps chiseling away. His future's bright.
Yeah, definitely bright futures for all of these, and you can't do any more than score a 21-point maximum, and that's what Maxim Dravic has done tonight. 7 rides, 7 wins, and various restarts too in those, because we did have a lot of race stoppages. And Maxim Dravic on top of the box here in Poznań. The crowd most of them made their way round to the home straight area, so you can see the rostrum celebrations. And Maksim Drabik is the winner of round 1 here in Poznań. He'll be getting his trophies, and we'll also have the Polish national anthem and also the series leaders gold race jacket as well. So superb night's work for Maksim Drabik, absolutely outstanding performance by him. Here comes the trophy on the rostrum.
I proszę Państwa, wielkie brawa.
Trophy presented to the winner, Maksim Drabik.
He's feeling pretty pumped right now. Really pumped. Done the job on the track, and all the fans are here to appreciate him.
Crowd are responding with his name. It's very popular indeed. And we're about to have the anthem.
Standing for the national anthem of Poland. Proszę o powstanie, odegrany zostanie narodowy hymn polski. Wielkie brawa!
So a Polish 1-2 here in Poznań, and Sam, again, fantastic stuff by Drabik, and well done Spektala and Kostagos.
Yeah, I'd like to say thanks to all the organizers as well for putting on a good racetrack for these boys to go out there and show their colors, and Maksim Drabik and the other riders all did well.
Champagne celebrations here in Poznań for the top 3. They head to Gustro in early September, and the series finishes in Pardubice. We hope to be able to talk to you from those meetings as well, but hope you've enjoyed the action throughout a lengthy day here in Poznań. Your top 3, Kostagos, Spektala, and the winner with 21, Maksim Drabik. Good night.
Good night. Thanks.
Sponsorem transmisji meczu był sponsor generalny żużlowej reprezentacji Polski, firma kurierska GLS. Transmisję obejrzeli Państwo dzięki EKO-DIR Recykling, sponsorowi tytularnemu rozgrywek. Sponsorem transmisji meczu był właściciel marki Let's Make Speedway.